today. Okay, well, let me start over. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Golden Lions. I hope you all are having a wonderful morning so far. I am Ashia Muhammad, your reigning Miss Alumni, and I will serve as the presiding officer for today. I will now call the summer conference to order. Please turn to page 1 in your conference booklet so that you can review the conference tips for today, bringing special attention to number 6. Should at any time you get disconnected during the conference, please use your emailed Zoom link to get back in. Also, parts of this conference agenda will be recorded for viewing and posting, on UAPB AM&N National Alumni Association social media outlets. You will also receive an evaluation emailed during the end of the conference. So just wanted to bring those things to your attention. Now, the agenda for today is listed on page 3. So next we will have and I will just go over a couple of these just so you'll know what the flow for today will be. Next, we will have our meditation and prayer by Bishop Chester Thompson, class of 70. Then we will have a chapter roll call, followed by greetings from Mr. Michael Mason, class of 81, who serves as the host chapter president, followed by Dr. Stephen Broughton, class of 79, who serves as the U of A System Board of Trustees. Mayor Frank Scott of Little Rock. We will also have the State of the National Alumni Association and Executive Director's Report, Kamara H. Seals, class of 94, President and Board Chair, followed by Kimberly Jones-Sneed, Executive Director, and then we will have a break. So at this time, I will turn it over for our meditation and prayer to Bishop Chester Thompson.
Well, good morning, Golden Lions. What a blessing it is to come at this hour of the morning and share with you as we begin this 31st session of our National Alumni Association. And I'm so grateful to have this opportunity, and thank you for the invitation. As I was preparing to come and share the meditation portion of our time today, my mind went back to September 1966 when I was a freshman at AM&N College. And as a part of our first semester curriculum and courses, we had to take freshman orientation. And I remember Mr. Herschel Alcorn being my teacher. And in that class, Mr. Alcorn required that every student that was in his class would memorize the philosophy of education of AM&N College at that time. And I found out later that it was written by Dr. J.B. Watson, who was actually one of the first presidents of the AM&N College. But I just want to read that this morning and quote it, and let that be a meditation for us, because couched in those few words, I think are some things that are motivation for us as graduates and those of us who are given the responsibility of providing the necessary resources to keep the college moving forward and to help to get that done. But Dr. Watson wrote this. He said, "The end of education is to know God and the laws and the purposes of his universe, and to reconcile one's life with these laws. The first aim of a good college is not to teach books, but the meaning and purpose of life. Hard study and the learning of books are only a means to this end." And then he said something that I thought was so profound. "We develop power, courage, and determination, and we go out to achieve truth, wisdom, and justice. If we do not come to this end, the cost of schooling is wasted." End of the quote. I believe that that phrase that says, "We develop power, courage, and determination, and we go out to achieve truth, wisdom, and justice," that is a mandate that is placed upon us as we're coming together today for this 31st of the Alumni Summer Conference. And I pray that these qualities and these virtues will be evident in the discussions and deliberations that we have throughout this weekend. Let's go before the Lord in prayer. Heavenly Father, we are so grateful to you for this day that you have given to us. We express thanksgiving for your past mercies. We express thanksgiving for how you have brought us through the challenges of this past school year in the midst of a pandemic season. We're so grateful, oh God, for the leadership given by our administration and the cooperation of our students and alumni to help us to make it through the treacherous waters of the water crisis earlier this year. We give you praise, glory, and honor for the kind-hearted generosity that was generated around this state and around the nation as we came to a call for help, aid, and assistance. And so we come today, God, asking for your continued guidance, your wisdom, and your support as we begin a new season in our work. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion and help us, oh God, to grow closer as a group and to nurture the bonds of community. Lord, we ask that you would fill us with your grace. And we ask, oh God, as we make decisions, that these decisions will ultimately affect the students and the alumni and friends of the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. We ask your blessings upon the faculty and the staff, the administrative staff. And Lord, we ask that you would continually remind us that what we do here in these next few hours and tomorrow, that all that we accomplish is for the pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of you, and for the service of humanity. Father, we ask this day that we will continually develop power, courage, and determination as we go to achieve truth, wisdom, and justice. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much for that meditation, Bishop Thompson. Now we will move forward with our chapter roll call, and that will be led by Executive Director Kimberly Jones-Sneed.
Thank you, Ms. Alumni Ashia Hall Muhammad, and thank you, Bishop Chester Thompson, for a beautiful prayer and a wonderful opening. Welcome and good morning. And we are so excited to have each and every one of you to join us virtually. This is so awesome, and it's a wonderful occasion for us to be together. I'm here to do our roll call, and we're going to ask those of you who represent the chapters as I share the names of our active chapters across the country. We're going to ask you to shout out your chapter in the chat. If you represent this chapter that we're about to share with you, put it in the chat. Let them know, let us know that you are here and you are representing. We're going to start out with the Southwest region, and that's where we actually find the Camden, Arkansas chapter, which Dr. Chester Thompson is the president of that chapter. So if you're part of that chapter, come on and let us hear you roar in the chat. Also in the Southwest region, we have Ashdown, Arkansas chapter, the Ashley County, Arkansas chapter, Austin, Texas chapter, Crittenden County, Arkansas chapter, Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, Hot Springs, Garland County, Arkansas chapter, Houston, Texas chapter, Memphis, Tennessee chapter, North Texas Alumni chapter, Phillips County, Arkansas chapter, the Pine Bluff, Jefferson County, Arkansas chapter, the host of this beautiful summer, Pulaski County, Arkansas chapter, Southeast Arkansas chapter, St. Francis County, Arkansas chapter, and last but never least, in the Southwest region, the Union County, Arkansas chapter. And now moving on to our central region, Chicago, Illinois. The Gateway chapter in St. Louis. The Greater Kansas City, Missouri chapter, in which Shannon Hendricks is the president and one of the beautiful co-chairs of this amazing conference. The Indianapolis, Indiana chapter. Milwaukee, Wisconsin chapter. The president is Teresa Brown, one of our board of directors. And that concludes the Central Region chapter. Now moving on to the Great Lakes Eastern Seaboard region, none other than the Metropolitan Atlanta, Georgia chapter. Cincinnati, Dayton, Ohio chapter. Detroit, Michigan chapter. North Carolina chapter. Washington, D.C. Metropolitan chapter. All right, I see y'all commenting in the chats. I see your comments. That's exciting. And that is our Great Lakes Eastern Seaboard region. Last but never, ever least, the Far West region. And representing is Las Vegas, Nevada chapter. The Northern California chapter, and the Southern California chapter. We want to thank all of you for representing and showing us your strength. We hope we have not overlooked any chapters. If we have, please charge it to our heart or to our head and not our heart. But we want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of our summer conference. And that concludes our chapter roll call. Thank you.
Thank you so much for our chapter roll call, Executive Director Kimberly Jones-Sneed. Next, we will move on to greetings for this morning. We have Mr. Michael Mason, class of 81, chapter president of the Pulaski County Alumni chapter, followed by Dr. Stephen Broughton, class of 79, U of A System Board of Trustees. Mr. Mason.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Golden Line alumni. You know, we got started yesterday by my wonderful co-chairwoman, Shannon Hendricks. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Summer Conference Committee. Thank you, TJ. Thank you, Mr. Carlos Simmons, for a great start yesterday. This is Alumni Day. We welcome you to the 31st UAPB AM&N National Alumni Conference. Pulaski County Alumni Chapter is the host chapter, and we are coming to you virtually, which is our new normal. The Alumni Summer Conference Committee has put together presentations and information for you today. So welcome and enjoy. We are empowering our pride, passion, resources, integrity, dedication, and engagement. Have a good morning.
Dr. Broughton.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Good morning.
Yes, indeed. It is a pleasure to extend greetings today from the University of Arkansas System Board of Trustees, which I am the chairman at this time. I was so pleased to be asked to extend greetings today by Mr. Mason. When Dear Mother calls, we have to answer, and I was glad to participate today. The thing that I want to say the most is we are continuing to work to make sure that University of Arkansas Pine Bluff continues to rise above all others in terms of HBCUs and even in other colleges and universities in this country. We are continuing to strive to achieve our core values, which is student focused, making sure that the intellectual, physical, social, and professional development of our students in all facets of university life are guaranteed and promoted. Excellence in everything that we achieve in terms of a scholarship, as well as community activity and everything as well, community engagement, integrity, quality customer service, diversity, globalization, which is a new aspect of world learning and world power in business, education, and other areas of life, and also accountability. I am so pleased that we are going forward with projects at UAPB that have not been done since the entrance into the University of Arkansas system, such as the track and field complex, which I am so proud to state that the alumni have come forward and given and pledged money to get this project finally started. We will get a track and field for Golden Lion Nation, and we will continue to, again, be one of the leading participants in track and field in this country again. So good morning to everyone, and let's continue to support the Golden Lions and the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Broughton. Next, we will have greetings from Mayor Frank Scott of Little Rock, Arkansas. Mayor Scott.
Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to be with the UAPB Alumni Association. We're grateful for the many times that you've had the opportunity to come to Little Rock to celebrate and to congregate with one another. I believe the last time we were together were right before the pandemic at the Mosaic Templars that one weekend morning. That being said, it's always a pleasure to be in the midst of UAPB alumni. Many know the history of UAPB, and Little Rock has a great history. Many of your alumni live in Little Rock, thrive in Little Rock, and have a great passion for Little Rock. And Little Rock has the same great passion for UAPB alumni, as well as Pine Bluff. Mayor Washington is a dear friend and confidant as we're both are navigating through the worst of times and the best of times. We both were elected in during a time where you have COVID-19, social and civil unrest, a political insurrection, a 100-year flood, and a 100-year historic snowstorm. But we stand still here, and we're still here because of the many leaders and community leaders that reside in Pine Bluff that now are part of the Little Rock community that are also UAPB alumni. So we are grateful, and it's indeed an honor to be before you today. And on behalf of the city of Little Rock, I want to say thank you for UAPB. Thank you for your alumni association and all of the time, the talent, and the treasures that you show and demonstrate right here in the state's capital city. Thank you so much and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Mayor Scott. Next on our agenda, we have the State of the National Alumni Association and Executive Director's Report by Kamara H. Seals, Class of '94, President and Chairman of the Board, followed by Kim Jones-Sneed, Executive Director. Ms. Seals?
Good
President
morning.
Seals?
Yes, thank you, Shia Muhammad, for that. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all of the alumni, our friends, university staff, and faculty staff, students, and friends. It is my honor to greet you on this morning, and I hope your day is off to a golden start. We are excited about this alumni summer conference. As you know, this is our 31st summer conference, but this is our first virtual summer conference. And like some people have said, this is our new normal. This is our new normal, and we are embracing it, and we are moving forward. So I definitely want to bring you greetings on behalf of the UAPB AM&N National Alumni Board. I am Kamara Seals, Class of 1994. And I'm just honored to serve in this capacity. I've been on the board. I have served under 3 presidents. And so I have been here. We are getting things done. And I am excited to share with you the state of the National Alumni Association. So there's three things I want to share. There's three things I want to start out with, okay? The state of your National Alumni Association is number one, we are strong and we are getting stronger. Number two, we are strategic in our actions. And number three, we are results oriented. And I'm gonna repeat that, okay? So the state of your National Alumni Association is number one, we are strong and we are getting stronger. We are strategic in our actions and we are result oriented. At the beginning of my term, we had a strategic planning session, and we talked about, there were 5 areas that I want to talk about. There were 5 areas, and we call these strategic objectives. And this is for 2021, 2022. So I'm in a term, our term is 2 years. That's one term, 2 years. So I'll be your president for 2021 and 2022, which is long enough. I've been on this, like I said, I was appointed under Tammy Hall twice. And then I served under Timothy Piggy, and then I served under Valois Bowers. And so now I'm president, and so I will be term limit off the board, but it has been exciting, and we still have a lot of work to do. And but I'm here for it. I am here for it. So, like I was saying, we had a strategic planning meeting at the beginning of my term. I think it was in March. We were sworn in. The new board was sworn in January. And there were 5 strategic objectives, and these were this is what I ran on, to be president. This is what I talked about to the board members to be elected. Number one, increase alumni membership and engagement. Membership is the lifeblood of the Alumni Association. We have, thousands of alumni, but they are not all members or actively engaged. So it was my desire to work to increase our membership, but not just stop there, engagement. There's a lot of work to do, but we need more alumni actively engaged. So obviously this message I'm preaching to the choir this morning, because those of us that are here are actively engaged, but that is part of our effort. And you'll hear more about that in the reports later today. So I don't want to go into the weeds on any of that, but there's room. And let me say this also for those that are here, if you are not, and I know you're here at this conference, but if you're not actively engaged, get actively engaged with your chapter. If you don't have a chapter, you can be actively engaged on a committee, one of our national committees. There is plenty of work to do, and there's still room for volunteers to be actively engaged. All you have to do is let me know, okay? So we're excited about that. Our second strategic objective is to work with university officials to increase student enrollment and retention. It was very important to me coming in that we have clear lines of communication between the alumni and the university officials, because we are on the same team. Let me repeat that. We are on the same team. And so we must communicate. We must have those critical relationships where we can pick up the phone, call each other, and not be concerned about stepping on whose territory is this, okay? And I'm gonna talk a little bit later about the water crisis and how the alumni were able to maneuver and work with the university during that process. But communication is very important to me as a leader. We've got to communicate. It's got to be 2 lines of communication, meaning both way, okay? And so establishing those relationships and, because the goal is student enrollment and retention. And so we have Tanisha Thompson, who will later talk about that process and how that's going and the work that's being done in collaboration with the university. So we're excited about that. And all of this, you all, we were very, very intentional. Things don't just happen, okay? Let me say it again. It doesn't just happen. You have to be intentional, okay? And so that's what we are. We have been very intentional about the work that we are doing, okay? Number 3 on our strategic objectives, improve alumni database and to increase use of all database functions. Now, that may not sound like something that I should share at the alumni conference, but it is. Having a good, clean alumni database is critical for us to be able to communicate with our alumni. So we're going through a process where we are literally scrubbing the database, updating information, and Kim Sneed will talk a little bit more about that. But that was very important, is that when we start sending out our newsletters and make that we don't receive things back. And of course, we're in a technology age. We do a lot by email, but even with that, we're scrubbing the database. So making sure we have a good alumni database with updated information will just allow us to reach more of our alumni. So we're working to increase our contacts, to increase our communication with alumni, and get those database functions clean, working more properly, okay? We're excited to talk about a website launch to improve upon what we have. We have a good website, but there's so many improvements that need to be made. And we want to make sure that it's user-friendly, okay? So again, I don't want to get into that because that's Kim Sneed is going to talk about that in her director's report. Number 4, improve our communication with alumni. I've really talked about that one already when I talked about number 2. But like I said, we do want to improve our communication. We want to make sure that we're always accessible, that we answer questions, that we have good engagement back and forth. We have what's called chapter development. All of the presidents on here and executive committee members know about it. But we do have a monthly chapter development call, and Ardron Jones is our chapter development chair. He does an excellent job with that program, and that is what keeps our alumni connected with information from us, from the national board, from the university. And so that is that monthly meeting is very important to the development of our local chapters, okay? And if you have any questions, you can send them in chat as I go through this. Feel free to put your questions in the chat, or I guess in the Q&A, I think is what that said. Okay, and then the final one of our strategic objectives, number 5, was to continue to support the work of the Alumni Center campaign. As you all know, we are in the middle of raising $2.8 million for a new alumni center that will be built from the ground up. However, the campaign has been suspended due to COVID, and I'm not going to say too much on that because we also have a report coming on there, but that was one of the things that I definitely need to talk about David Walters, who's a board member, is co-chair of that. And we're grateful for the work and dedication he and the committee has put in. But that was also very important for me to lift up as president. I'm on board 100%, okay? And I know when I got started, I got calls from people about the Alumni Center, the new Alumni Center. We are in the middle of this. We are moving forward. I'm 100% on board with this effort, and we are going to see it through. We have a long way to go, but guess what? We can get there. We can do this. We are UAPB AM&N proud. We are UAPB AM&N strong. Alumni, we can do it. We can do it. There are people around Arkansas waiting for us to fail, but we will not fail. So we're excited about that. This was started 2 administrations before I became president. I'm going to do everything I can do to see it through, and then the next president will come and see it through. So we're excited about that. They're going to come later and talk more about details and get into the weeds of the campaign and when it'll relaunch and things like that. So I'm very excited about that. But anyway, like I said, those were things that we talked about in our strategic planning meeting. Our committees met. Everyone has goals. All our committees have goals, okay? We don't just have thoughts. A thought is in your head. A goal, you write it down on paper, okay? So we have a strategic plan written down on paper with goals. We talk about tactics, how we will reach those goals, okay? And so, we have the committees. We have membership committee, recruitment and retention committee, communications, technology, and then special projects. And so those were the 5 areas, committees that correspond with those 5 strategic objectives that I just gave you. And like I said, we have it written out on paper so that we know we can revisit that plan. We can know where we're going, know where we're headed. We're very intentional about this work that we're trying to do. So we ask for you all to volunteer where you can. If you want to serve on a national committee, it is open, okay? We have space on any of these committees. There is room, okay, for you to serve. And so we look forward to some people volunteering, stepping up to the plate, and just really giving it our all. Now what I want to do in my State of the National Alumni Association, now that I've told you, shared that much with you, I want to tie in our theme. Our committee, our planning committee has done a really great job. They came up with a theme that I think is so timely and it's so fitting for this time. And I want to tie it in with the work that we're doing. And the theme for this conference is empowering our pride. Repeat after me to yourself. I know you all are on mute, but that's okay. We're gonna have a little interaction here. Empowering our pride, passion, resources, integrity, dedication, and engagement. So last night on the welcome call, on the welcome that we did last night when we got started, I talked about this theme a little bit, and I wanted everybody to give some serious thought to how are you empowering our pride? How are we doing this as a chapter, as an alumni, as a National Alumni Association, as individuals? Where do you see yourself in this theme? Okay, all the work we're doing, this is where we see ourselves empowering the pride. You gotta have passion to do this work. And somebody said amen. You know, we've got to be passionate about it, you know, because it is work. There are a lot of challenges, okay? We don't, HBCUs don't always get what PWIs get, but that's okay. We're going to fight, work, and we're going to make it happen. We are going to make it happen. So another thing I want to talk about as you think about the theme and where you see yourself in this space, and there's always room, I always say there's always room for us to grow. We are always growing, we are always learning. It is a life process, okay? And so I want you to think about, evaluate over this weekend as we go through this conference, where do you see yourself, your skills and talents within the theme of this conference? Okay, so let me talk about the alumni. I'm really pleased to share that during the water crisis back in January, the UAPB alumni was able to really step up to the plate. And I want to give a shout out to the Pulaski County Alumni Chapter. Michael Mason and the young alumni, I believe it was the young alumni who really led that effort, stepped up to the plate, was able to help students who were displaced. Students were in 3-4 hotels in Little Rock. And so there were a lot of issues. But the point I want to make is that the chapter stepped up. Now, Pulaski County was there in Little Rock, so they took the lead on it. They had an operation going. It was really amazing to see. It was great to see young alumni out. Just, you know, Dear Mother needed us, and we responded. And then there were other chapters who reached out before we reached out saying, what can we do to help our students? Okay, so we were really pleased to see that. That's why I say the state of our Alumni Association is strong, because your response showed that you were present. You weren't just a member, a card carrying member, you were present. And so we appreciate you for that. And so, like I said, we were able to communicate with university officials, mainly Mr. Elbert Bennett, to find out what students needed, okay? And so alumni gave from all corners of the United States. Alumni gave. We had a crisis fund that we set up to be able to help students, okay? And so, so that was, you know, a way that we were able to serve our students. We were pleased to be able to help. And there were a number of things that just from the national alumni, we were able to help with. And you all should be proud. You should just kind of give yourselves a snap for doing that, for coming through and stepping up when Dear Mother needed you. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And also during this time, we were able to improve, and I say improve, you're always improving, but to kind of work on, you know, we had our communication with the chancellor, his cabinet, faculty, staff. We were just all working together. I was sending emails and copying everybody, you know, because I'm a communicator. And when I say to this person, I want everybody else to know, you know, because, you know, when you represent the alumni, you know, you've got to be transparent, right? You've got to be transparent. There are no hidden agendas, you know. It was all about working for our students, making sure they had what they needed, and we were there to help supply those needs. So, you know, a shout out to all of you alumni who came through, who gave, chapters gave, people gave individually, but Pulaski County, y'all really showed out. And I know the Pine Bluff chapter worked worked with you all. So I don't want to leave anyone out, but thank you for your work. And again, that's why I say the state of our Alumni Association is strong, and we appreciate you for that. Also, we've been able to support initiatives of the university, the alumni have. We got a call about Lyme Fever Day. There were students who did not financially have what they needed. So the alumni, we were able to sponsor 2 students for that. And so we got a call, we helped about that. We also got a call about an email about the UAPB track and soccer complex that is being that is going to be built. And you heard Dr. Broughton talk about that. Well, when I got the call about that, of course I gave first before I asked my board to give. And so, but we also promoted that, Kim Sneed sent it out. So it's not just like it's a university thing. It's all of us, it's going to take all of us working together. Even though we have our Alumni Center campaign going, it's suspended, but we'll be back raising funds for that. We hope people are paying on your giving on your pledges, because that part never stopped. But anyway, we were able to help there. And then there was, we promoted this Lone Star Diamond Classic. Which was a baseball tournament that was in Texas. So when we get the calls, we respond. We do what we can. We don't just say no, let's figure out how to do it, okay? So that is what we've been doing. Like I said, I'm proud of the work that we're doing, and we look forward to continuing that work. Now I want to shift a little bit and talk about just kind of the state of where we are right now with COVID-19. So COVID-19 has changed a lot of things, okay? Our current position as far as the alumni with COVID-19, we are not having in-person meetings, okay? That's why we're virtual today, because it's not safe for us to be together, like we normally have for the past 30 years during alumni summer conferences. So we are virtual. We are encouraging all chapters. Now, chapter presidents, I want you to hear me. We are encouraging all chapters to continue your virtual meetings, continue your virtual banquets and celebrations. COVID is on the rise. We are all watching the media. We see what's happening. We all know people who've been impacted. Some of us have lost loved ones as a result of this virus, okay? We just want to encourage you to please take the necessary precautions within your chapters individually. Take the necessary precautions, okay? We're encouraging you to wear your mask. We're encouraging you to continue hand hygiene like you've been doing. Take your vitamin D, because that helps with your immune system, okay? Because we want you, and physical distance when you can. Physical distance is real. They call it social distance, but I think it's physical distance is probably a better term for that, okay? And let me say this, one statistic that I'm gonna share with you, according to the CDC, 97% of those that are hospitalized with COVID right now were not vaccinated. 97% of those in hospitals around the nation who are in the hospital because of COVID were not vaccinated. I know there's a lot of different thoughts on the vaccine. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'm just going to leave that statistic right there. And I'm vaccinated. But anyway, we want you to stay safe. We want you to, but like I said, you must continue your virtual meetings. Kim Sneed and I will get a email out to you, okay, to chapters. We're going to get something next week, so you'll have it in writing to share with your members, because it is dangerous right now to be in person. When I know UAPB is planning a homecoming, I don't know what the homecoming will look like. I don't know if the university officials know at this point, but I will tell you this. The board will not be meeting in person, okay? You all know the alumni board always has a meeting during homecoming, okay? And a lot of alum come and just sit in and listen or what have you. But this year, there will not be an in-person board meeting. All of our board meetings will continue to be virtual, okay? And that could be next year as well. We just have to see how this goes and where we're headed in this environment. But this is our new normal. Who would have thought we would have ever had a virtual alumni conference? But here we are, okay? And so on that note, I want to take a moment to acknowledge our Hall of Fame honorees. As you know, 2020, because of COVID, we did not get to have a banquet. We always have a banquet during homecoming to acknowledge our honorees. But due to the pandemic and COVID-19, 2020 and 2021, we are not going to be able to have an in-person banquet, okay? So what I want to do right now is take time to acknowledge our honorees. And I will say this, the committee will be meeting, the Hall of Fame committee has been meeting, okay? They are working on something. We are going to officially recognize, but I just feel compelled to do this. Like I said, they haven't gotten the recognition, and so we want to do it every opportunity we have. So at this point, I want to acknowledge our 2020 inductees into the UAPB AM&N Hall of Fame. They are Ceola Davis Barnes, Education. Carolyn Butler Truman, Education. Dr. Jesse Lacey Jr., Education. Berlin C. Jones, Government Law. Ardren Jones, Government Law. James Andre Pendleton, Business Industry. Otis Jones, Government Law. Tanisha Thompson, Community Service. Charlie Williams, Agriculture, Fisheries, Human Service. Darius Doc Rayner, Business Industry. 2021 inductees. 2021 inductees. Robert Morrison, Entertainment Media. Dr. Hazel Reed, Education. Tammy Hall, Government Law. Ashia Muhammad, Community Service. Larry Munger, Science Technology. And Jeffrey Vance, also affectionately known to us as Babu, Lifetime Posthumous. So those are our inductees. Let's give them some love. Snap it up, clap it up, whatever you do, wherever you are, just to show them some love and appreciation. So like I said, stay tuned. You will be hearing from the Hall of Fame committee. That committee is being led by Dr. Leslie Davis and Janice Roberts. They are doing a fantastic job. And we will be looking forward to making some announcements about what that committee decides to do a little bit later. So I hope this state of the National Alumni Association has been helpful. We are working. We are doing what we do. We are making things happen. You're going to hear some reports later on from later today. This is Alumni Day. So you're going to hear some reports to kind of drill into some of the details of a few highlights that I shared. But I do want you to remember that the state of your alumni, National Alumni Association, is strong, and we are getting stronger with your help and with your support. We are strategic in our actions, and we are results oriented. So at this point, I am going to turn it back over. I just challenge everybody to, like I said, on that theme, find where you are. If you're not where you need to be, step it up a notch. So thank you for this time. I'm going to turn it over to Kim Sneed, who will provide a report, a director's report. And thank you for being here. And let's have a golden day. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Madam President, Kamara Seals, and Chairman of the Board. We thought that Kamara might run for the mayor of the city of Pine Bluff, but she took it a step further and became the president of the National Alumni Association.
Right.
So we'll accept that, and we thank you so much. What a great report, and we appreciate you. And we're getting some comments in the chats as well about how great your report is. I do appreciate the opportunity just to share with you a few areas of importance and excitement about the National Alumni Association. This month is very, very exciting for me because this is my 3rd year anniversary of serving as your executive director. How do you start out working for a National Alumni Association? Well, you start out by being thrown into a summer conference. And that's where I found myself 3 years ago, having accepted the position, taking Stafia Campbell's place, who served wonderfully for 5 years or so as executive director. I became your director 3 years ago during the Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas summer conference. And that was one of my first assignments, was to travel to Texas and just really meet so many amazing people who are near and dear to me, even to this present day. So I celebrate, the summer conference represents a milestone for me, and I'm very, very thankful to have the opportunity to continue to serve. In the National Alumni Association office, along with myself, there is Crystal Clayton Burns, who is our administrative assistant. Ms. Clayton Burns served as administrative assistant under the leadership of Stafia Campbell, and she has continued working since I became director. She is a great asset to our office in that many times she can help bridge information from the past to the present. She's a great researcher, and she does believe in truly digging deep to look into certain information, especially when it comes to looking at past records, files, and documents. She's been a great asset to our office, and I have fun with her, often saying to her, well, I haven't run you off yet. Apparently I'm doing something halfway decent because you're still here. But Crystal and I we enjoy working together to assist and serve each and every one of you. Just to clarify a few things of interest, some think that the National Alumni Association office is actually an alumni chapter. But actually, in reality, we are the headquarter office, and we serve the chapter. We serve the chapters across the country. We serve the chapter presidents. And also, as you heard me mention, many of those chapters that are across the country, we have great representation, and we have very hardworking volunteers who are doing an excellent job across the country. President Seals, did mention the fact that we have a chapter development meeting monthly. And so our chapters do meet on a monthly basis, which is great under the leadership of Ardrin Jones. You heard that already as well. And along with meeting on a national level with our office and volunteers, chapter representatives, just to kind of really catch up and inform each other of what's happening. Our chapters also meet with their local members. And so they do a lot of double duty in terms of wearing that hat of a local and national presence. During the chapter development meetings, just to kind of give you a brief mentioning of this, the goal is to offer and discuss ideas, challenges, and the successes that are happening with our local chapters. We try to offer a number of resources and just kind of listen, a listening ear and then an encouraging ear to try to keep everyone informed and updated of what may be occurring. One of the other roles of the National Alumni Association is to provide support. We support our board of directors. We support committees that work hard across the country to do a number of goals and tasks. We support students who need help, who find themselves in a situation of hardship financially, and they need help with perhaps books or even help taking, not so much us assisting them with taking a test, but maybe paying for a test that they have to retake. They paid once and now they have to retake the test now that they have learned from their previous perhaps shortcomings and didn't pass the test. We've helped them pay for those tests, and we've also helped pay for tuition. And I'll talk about that just for a moment in just a few more moments. Our office also provides a listening ear to each and every one of you, our beautiful alumni family. You call, you have ideas, you have concerns, you have questions, and we're here to help you and try to answer the questions. If we don't have the answer, we try to find that person that can answer the questions for you. Many of you have great ideas. You've had fundraising ideas. You want to offer more support, and we have found a way to really take your ideas and move them forward so that they can be discussed from our executive committee, possibly moved on to our board of directors, and even maybe become an approved fundraising idea. We assist volunteers in the capacity that they assist and help to make us a better National Alumni Association. And ultimately, it really improves all of us, the volunteers. So we're here as well to offer support to volunteers. You heard from Madam President Seals about the fact that we're striving to improve in our communications, that we have some new things that are about to come out that will help really tighten the communications. We're also here again to continue to listen to you and hear your ideas to help us improve in communicating better. Now, as I move on with my report, I also wanted to take some time to introduce or reintroduce our board of directors. One of the things that I have discovered is that many of our alums across the country are not aware of who our current board of directors are. And so I'd like to take this time now to share with you. I'm going to try to do a screen share and share with you who our current board of directors are, just to kind of help you to know who they are and what role they play. This is straight from our website, uapbalumni.org. And so we appreciate the fact that many of you have visited our website. And we've got a new website that's about to be unveiled very soon. But in keeping on task, you see pictures of our current president, our current board of directors. And so we have, of course, President Seals, and also the immediate past president, Valois Bowers. Madam Bowers serves in the Southwest region, as well as Janice L. Roberts, who is our first vice president. She serves in the Southwest region. Dr. Ruth Jones is the second vice president, and she serves in an at-large position. Our recording secretary is LaDonna Hendricks, and she represents the Central region. Otis Jones, who is our treasurer, is an ex officio officer. Teresa Brown represents the Central region. She's president of the Milwaukee Alumni Chapter. And I believe you heard President Seals say that she also serves as president of the Ashley County Alumni Chapter. So we have some board members that wear several hats. Dr. Leslie Davis is representing our Southwest chapter, Southwest region, excuse me. The Far West region is represented by Taffany Davis, Shannon Hendricks, who I mentioned earlier, is the co-chair of the Summer Conference Committee. She is president also of the Greater Kansas City Alumni Chapter, and she represents our Central region. Dr. Helen Fleming Johnson also represents the she represents the Southwest region. And an at-large member and also chair of our chapter development is Ardrin Jones. Kimberly King is our parliamentarian. She was appointed by former Madam President Valois Bowers, and she was reappointed by Madam President Seals. Our ex officio representative is John Kirkendall, who is the director of the Office of Alumni Affairs on the UAPB campus. Tanisha Thompson represents our Central region, and she has made a return to our board of directors as suggested and appointed by Madam President Seals. Ms. Thompson is over recruitment and retention, and you'll be hearing more about that momentarily. And the Great Lakes Eastern Seaboard region is represented by David Walters, Philip Williams, and Dr. Giles Willis Jr. And those are our members of the board of directors. For those of you, just to kind of reacquaint you or possibly to introduce you to each and every one of them for the very first time, we just want you to know who they are, see their beautiful faces, and also just know that they are working very hard to represent various regions across the country. And now, as I bring some conclusion to my report, I want to mention to you one of the areas that our office does continue to work hard in, and that is in providing you with your membership card. I want to show you our membership card because of the fact I'm excited over the fact that it was redesigned. Let me show you. Many of you have received the new design of the card. It was redesigned, and it was redesigned by Geneva Kelsey Thomas, who works on the UAPB campus. She also designs our Hall of Fame souvenir journal. We were excited over the fact that the board of directors, under the leadership of former board member Mudu Davis of the Northern California Alumni Chapter, suggested that we come up with kind of a new idea on the membership card. Many of you have received the card. Those of you that are still carrying the older card, it's okay. The new card, it kind of comes in a one piece like an insurance card. It's perforated. You can actually tear the card out. You can tear this section of the card out, and you have the letter. It's all one piece. So we do a nice cover letter, and then we also send this card enclosed in the mail. We've been able to save postage also by emailing these particular cards out. Not sure if you're aware, but all graduates of UAPB receive a complimentary one-year membership courtesy of the National Alumni Association. This is valued at $50. It's our way of planting a seed in the life of the graduate so that they will consider renewing, or let's say starting
Okay, it looks like we have lost Executive Director Sneed. I'll give it just a second to see if she logs back on to finish the tail end of her report. Next from that, we will have a break, but we're just 4 minutes early for our break. So again, I'll give it a couple of minutes to see, or a couple of seconds to see if Executive Director Jones Sneed comes back in to finish her report. Okay, well, we're going to move ahead with the program. The next thing on our agenda was going to be a break from 9:20 to 9:30. So we're just 3 minutes ahead of that. So we're going to go ahead and have our break starting now, and then we will convene back at 9:30. So take a couple of minutes, get you a good stretch. If you need to refresh your beverage, please do so, and then we'll reconvene at 9:30 to move forward with our agenda. So thank you. Okay. It is now 9:30 and it is time for us to reconvene from our break. Okay, so I have been told that Ms. Kim Sneed will come back and finish her report, and then we will move forward with the things that are listed on our agenda for this time frame. Ms. Sneed, are you prepared to move forward with your report at this time? We're back on.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Alumni, Ashia Muhammad. And I do apologize, I had a technical glitch that occurred, but thank you so much for allowing me to finish my report. I did want to conclude my report, and I was sharing with each of you that we do provide a complimentary one-year membership to all graduates of UAPB. Last year, the university did a virtual graduation ceremony. Many of you had a chance to see it. And so the class of 2020 have all been given a complimentary one-year membership to the National Alumni Association. And in fact, we asked for a few extra months of membership because of the fact that our memberships run from January to December. And many of the graduates graduated in the middle of the year, 3/4 into the year, and even last December. So we wanted to offer all the graduates an opportunity to have a full year of membership. We're currently working on the recent grads from the class of this year, 2021. And so we're working on those graduates who just had the privilege of receiving their degrees in the month of May, the spring graduating class. So our office is getting those out and putting those together even as we speak. I wanted to show you one final thing, and then I will be finished with my report. And I wanted to just thank each and every one of you for your support of students. The way you support students is so outstanding. And one of the things that our office does is we manage the support that comes in to assist students. And we also help students, as I mentioned before the break, we help them with hardship dollars that they need for books, for tuition, to cover the cost of exams and certain tests that they have to take. One afternoon, I was working in the office, and all of a sudden, we started getting emails back to back to back about donations that were coming in. And I mean, there was about 10 in a row. And I thought, what in the world is happening? Because the emails kept coming and coming and coming. And I said, something's going on. Something is happening. And I found out an issue was challenged on Facebook by 2007 alum Joy Farver Matthews, who got online. She's a member of the Pulaski County Alumni Chapter, and she issued a end of the year challenge. She told her fellow classmates, put your money where your mouth is. And she encouraged them to join the National Alumni Association. But on top of that, she encouraged them to help donate money to help other students to be able to become graduates of UAPB. And it resulted in thousands of dollars being raised in what was called the End of Year Challenge. Many of you have contributed to the End of Year Challenge. It started in September and it has basically continued. We still have funds left. Thousands of dollars have gone to help numbers of students with all kinds of needs in hardship. Some of the needs were as small as $60. Other needs were as high as over $1,000. But we appreciate Joy Barber Matthews, who is participating in the conference today, for creating this end of year challenge. And just to show you how something so simple like just telling your classmates to put their money where their mouth is on Facebook can result in thousands of dollars being raised to assist students. We appreciate each of you. We appreciate even the newly launched Summer Conference Scholarship Fund. We appreciate you for contributing because that's another resource that's going to be able to help students as they come to us needing assistance. Also, we appreciate donations from those of you that independently send in money. Many of you who are on this summer conference Zoom meeting have sent the National Alumni Association funds. You've earmarked those monies for certain students, and we just thank you. We appreciate your help, your continued support, because without you, we could not do what we are able to do to help our students. Last but not least, we have a new website coming. We have a new database that we are improving upon. We're moving into a brand new century, and I'm excited. We're looking at launching this brand new website, hopefully within the next week or so. Keep your fingers crossed, but it's coming very, very soon. And with that, you will have your own membership login privileges. You will be able to view and update the status of your membership. You'll be able to continue to make donations as you always have. You'll be able to purchase tickets for events when COVID goes away and we can all be together again. You'll be able to buy tickets and look for new merchandise that's coming soon, promoting the National Alumni Association. The Hall of Fame Souvenir Journal will be available for you to perhaps do a digital download. You also will see the Alumni Voices Roar brand new newsletter that's about to be unveiled and to launch. And you will have the opportunity again as an alum to go in and just log into your private account information that will be highly secured, and you'll be able to update and just keep in touch and stay abreast of what's happening. Membership has its privileges, and there are more privileges and benefits that are coming even through our brand new website. Thank you so much for your continued support. Thank you for all that you do to make us the National Alumni Association that we are. We appreciate you and we wish you Godspeed and hope you continue to be the great success that each and every one of you are. Thank you again for the opportunity to update you on the state of the National Alumni Association office. Have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of the conference with me. Thanks again.
Thank you so much to President Seals and Executive Director Joan Sneed for your leadership and letting us know that the National Alumni Association is growing and thriving. UAPB alumni proud, UAPB alumni strong. Next, in terms of the agenda, we will have our national committee reports, and I'll give you a brief overview of the reports that we will have next. Retention and recruitment from Tanisha Thompson, class of 97. Donna Rouse, Director of UAPB Office of Recruitment. Then we will have membership with Jennifer Trice, class of 95. Mr. Philip Williams, class of 89. Then we will have an Alumni Center campaign update from David Walters, class of 70, and then we will have another break. So at this time, I will turn it over to the report of the Recruitment and Retention Committee.
Thank you, Ashia, and good morning, everyone. I am Tanisha Thompson, class of 97, and as already stated, I am lead on the Recruitment and Retention Committee for the National Alumni Association. Before we get started, I want to have a little fun with you. I know that we're up, we're getting busy. I see the chat has been blowing up. So we're going to have an HBCU fun fact quiz. And it's just going to get you thinking about the importance of HBCUs and also how we can help to support recruiting. So that is going to come up. My presentation will come up, and then get ready to drop your answers in the chat. And we do have a prize for the person that gets the most right. So, okay, so HBCU fun facts, are you ready? Let's start. Next slide. So in 2020, there were blank HBCUs located in 19 states. So how many HBCUs do we have? Just drop your answers in the chat. Ashia, I see you're thinking. I know you can do it. Okay, keep it going. I see 102, Sheena. And again, we have a nice prize, 107. Okay, 107, 101. Okay, let's see the answer. Answer was 101. Now I'm gonna tell y'all now, don't come for me. Don't try to text me later and tell me these answers were wrong. I did a thorough investigation on all of these answers. So 101. Next question. Which enrollment is higher at HBCUs, female or male? What do you think? Okay, I'm seeing female, female, female. This is a pretty easy one. This is a pretty easy one. Go to our next slide, our answer. You better believe it, females. So I believe that it was, yeah, females. And I put the Black girl magic because we know that Black women are just amazing. But yes, females were the highest number for those enrollments at our HBCUs. Next question. HBCUs are responsible for blank of African-American STEM graduates. And we know that those are the sciences, technology, engineering, mathematics. So you put 97%, think percentage-wise. Okay, I see your answers. We're gonna go to our next one, our answer slide. Was actually 25%. I was surprised as well, but that is the correct answer. I compared it. I saw a little frown like that was wrong, but that is correct. So it's 25%. Next one. You guys are doing really good though. Be proud. What's our next question? So more than 80% of all Black Americans with degrees in medicine and dentistry graduated from blank university and blank medical college. And this is a fun fact that I love to share with students who are, oh, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a dentist. Well, did you know that we have two of the top HBCUs for that? Meharry and Morehouse, I saw Howard. What else? Okay, let's get those answers, TJ. Someone put the one in Nashville, close enough. Okay, the answer is Howard University and Meharry Medical College. So we definitely want to make sure that we're always letting our students and our future Golden Lions know how proud they should be at an HBCU. Next question. Now this is a pretty easy one. If you have not gotten any one of them right, you should know this one. What is the best HBCU ever? What is the best HBCU ever? I mean, it's really no competition, so we know the answer. And what is that answer? Absolutely, UAPB. We're not going to argue about it. We're not going to go back and forth with other people. We already know. So thank you so much for participating. And I'm going to give you a brief report of what the Recruitment and Retention Committee has been working on before we go into a very important presentation by Ms. Donna Riles. So next slide. And so again, recruitment and retention committee updates. So in May 2021, our two main focus right now are our recent graduates and our alumni members. So in May of 2021, 28 active chapter presidents were sent a recruitment and retention packet from me. And it was inclusive of an explanation letter, encouraging chapters to contact the over 375 spring graduates to invite them to join their local chapter, attend our summer conference, and educate them regarding the complimentary first-year alumni membership to the National Association that Ms. Sneed talked about. Starting in June of 2021, the Recruitment and Retention Committee has activated our personal connection telethon. And so what is that, you may ask? We are committed to calling alumni members that haven't given in the past 2 years and to invite them to reactivate not only their membership with the Alumni Association, but to activate in their local chapters too. We're also encouraging them to possibly consider leveling up their Alumni Association levels. We are introducing them to the major campaign of the Alumni Center. And you may be thinking, well, isn't that the job of the membership committee or the job of the Alumni Center? And yes, that is correct. But when you hear the other reports, you will know that all of us are working together. And sometimes hearing an information or a message over and over really gets people to move in the direction that you want them to. So our committee is really committed to making that personal connection. We know that sometimes people just need to be asked to join or asked to give or asked to level up. And so that is what we're working on now. With that, we have received a database. We're calling, we're emailing, we're talking to them about dues, about chapter membership. And then also our last thing that we're hoping to work on, and I think we can go to our next slide with that, is our ambassadors program. And so these are our upcoming projects. We are creating and dispersing an ambassador program application. And I know that Ms. Taffany Davis-Jones is on, and we will give her time at the end to drop that application or to discuss that. We're going to be training those ambassadors and then also hoping to do regional outreach. So an ambassador would be someone in an area that is really committed, kind of what Joy did, to either come up with a challenge or contacting members in their city or in their region that they know aren't active either in their local chapter, have never paid Alumni Association dues, have never attended a summer conference, really inviting them to do this. And so again, we know that that personal connection helps, and it's not always in the form of what I may think is great or what President Seals may think is great. Just like Joy, she did a challenge on social media. So those ambassadors will have creative reign to come up with a way to reach people in their area to get them to give and get them to become active. We're also working to partnership with our recruitment and retention office, and Ms. Donna and I have had meetings. And so we want to make sure that we're supporting those recruitment events, and not just our committee, but all of our local chapters are supporting our recruitment events put on by our Office of Recruitment and Retention at the university. We want to make sure that we are getting students to attend those orientation events virtually. Also, that we are able to put on orientations and recruitment event locally. And to do so, we want to make sure that we're trained in that area. And so that's what we're working on, and we'll have that training coming up shortly. Next slide. So I did want to make sure that you know that if you're interested in being on our recruitment and retention committee, please reach out to President Seals. She will get me connected with you. Again, we need everyone's help. We need people to be ambassadors. We need people to work on the committee. We need new ideas. And so that's going to be from our alumni members. I do want to acknowledge the recruitment and retention committee that we have now. They are an amazing group of women. And as you can see, we don't have any men working with us. So, you know, fellas, if you're interested and you have awesome ideas and you're ready to work, please please contact President Seals. But our committee consists of Felicia Kennedy, Kanetta Rigel, Dr. Leslie Davis, Rachel Luckett, Miss Shannon Hendricks, Taffany Jones, Tyra Jones, and then myself, Tanisha Thompson, as chair. I want to introduce you now to Mrs. Riles, and she is going to present, and you can go to our next slide, I believe, that may be the end. She's going to present her report for recruitment and retention from the university side and ways that we can support and make sure that we're being awesome. So, of course, you know that Ms. Riles comes to us very accomplished, and she shared her resume with me. She has been in recruitment at UAPB off and on since February of 1995. So she has a wealth of knowledge, but her most accomplished thing in her life, and she did share this with me, is that not only is she a proud graduate of UAPB, but her husband is a proud graduate. Both of her sons are proud graduates of UAPB, and her parents are graduates of UAPB. So we know that she has a love that's embedded for our university and that she has our best interests at heart. So Ms. Riles.
Are you able to hear me? Okay, great. Thank you so much for that introduction. Also, I want to thank you for inviting us to participate in this event. We appreciate being invited to speak with you all for this summer conference, UAPB, University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff National Conference. I want to also begin by thanking you for being willing to work with us, for the work that you've already done. So many of you have done a lot of work in recruiting students to the university in tandem with what we're doing and on your own as individuals. And we appreciate your love and your support and your willingness to help us grow at the university and for what you're planning to do. I'm pleased to hear about the plans for the future, the involvement that you intend to have in the future in helping us to recruit students. So if you give me just a moment, I'm going to share my screen so we can get started with the presentation. Just a moment. All right. Start from the beginning. So our office is within the Division of Enrollment Management and Student Success, Vice Chancellor Dr. Brock Talley, and I am Director for the Office of Recruitment. Joining me today for a brief moment is going to be Mrs. Constance Cancel. She is our Senior Recruiter. She's going to give us a few tips about virtual recruitment. We have a lot to say about that. This past year has been quite a challenge for us. Also, you can reach us at our 800 number, 264-UAPB, at recruitment@uapb.edu, and on our social media platforms. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. So again, thank you for allowing us to participate. You might wonder why I have this picture here to begin with, a graduation picture. Well, it is the beginning of a brand new experience for students. It's the beginning of their life as adults. It is the beginning of a career for many students. It's the beginning of further education, and it's also the beginning of their long and hopefully fruitful participation and membership with the National Alumni Association. There are going to be pictures throughout my presentation, and you might look at it and say, what does this have to do with what she's talking about? But everything we do in the Office of Recruitment, it's about students. So I keep pictures of students all over my office. I take pictures when students are on campus, involved in activities or just enjoying themselves, participating in the library, just any events that I can, because it's the students that influence other students to come to UAPB in addition to what we're doing. And so I want to make sure that we understand that what we're doing, it's about growing the pride, it's about the future lives of these young people, and it's about showing them how the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff can be the best decision that they've made for their future. Together, we can do so much more. So let's take a look at the recruitment team. We want you to partner with us, and we have persons within your chapters, towns, territories, areas of the country that you can contact directly when you have events, who can help you plan, who can be there on many occasions, and certainly provide resources to help. Amanda Kirkland, I just put them here alphabetically. Amanda Kirkland is a recruitment counselor, and she is also our scholarship coordinator. You can reach her at kirkland@uapb.edu. She is a graduate of the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff with a family legacy here as well. She also has a son who will be joining the Pride in the fall. He has just graduated from Dalloway High School here in Pine Bluff. Well, she's been responsible for Pine Bluff High School and Dalloway here in town, Northwest Arkansas, and all of the towns that would include, the state of Alabama, portions of Mississippi, Georgia, Oklahoma, Florida, and the East Coast of the United States. Ms. Constance Castle is our senior recruiter. She's been recruiting in this office longer than anyone else. A lot of you may know her because she's covered quite a bit of territory. We're so happy that she's here in the office, and as I said later on, she's going to share with us. She is not a graduate of the UAPB, but she is an HBCU graduate. That other school that wears black and gold is where she graduated. But she has two sons who did attend and graduate the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. She's more than dedicated to the institution. She is responsible for recruiting at Watson Chapel High School here in town, all of Southeast Arkansas, portions of Southwest Arkansas, Mississippi, the state of Louisiana, where she's from, Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, and she's a resource for any faith-based recruiting efforts. So if you have churches, large congregations or small, she is willing to help in planning those kinds of events. And hopefully we can also be involved in some of those events. Deja Marshall is new to our office. She just joined us in March. She is a graduate also of the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. I believe she graduated in 2019 with a degree in industrial technology. And you can see her email address here as well. She covers all of East Arkansas. So that would be places such as Marianna, Helena, West Helena, Marble, Brinkley, Forest City, Lival, that whole area. She also recruits in portions of Mississippi as well, Helena and West Memphis. She is from, I believe, Marble, Arkansas. Demetrius Johnson is new to us. He began work in our office in April. He is also a graduate. Not sure what year he graduated, but he's pretty young. He is responsible for Whitehall here in our immediate area. He also is going to recruit portions of Central Arkansas, Stuttgart in England, the Houston area, Illinois, Wisconsin, Kansas, and Arizona. Demetrius comes to us from Chicago. He came here as a freshman, enrolled from Chicago, Illinois. Joshua Strong, he hails from West Memphis, Arkansas. And Joshua is our technical resource in the office. He helps us with any publications, with videos, with social media. He is quite proficient in creating visuals for us and keeping us in connection with students via social media platforms. He helps other entities on the campus as well, but we utilize him as much as possible in the Office of Recruitment. In town, a school, one of our charter schools, Friendship High School, he is responsible for. UAPB.edu, he keeps the information fresh and updated in many instances. our Facebook page, YouTube, TikTok, social media, all of that. You can, if you need any resources or assistance in that area, Joshua Strong is the person to contact. And Samil Watson, he came to us as a transfer student from a PWI here in Arkansas and completed his degree at the university, I believe, in 2019. He is responsible for portions of Central Arkansas, Sheridan, Malvern, Hot Springs, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and Missouri. So there are other areas that we can include in this, but these are the main areas where we do the bulk of our recruiting, but we are open to wherever we are asked to come, especially in a virtual capacity. I am the person who pitch hits. So if we're all busy, all the recruiters, and we plan to be, and there is another place we need to be or another venue that we need to make sure we cover, that will be me. If someone is out sick, I will fill in. So we are all in this together. I am a recruiter as well, not just the director. So let's take a look at this training. You can request training individually from us. You just need to schedule it in advance. There are certain times of the year where all of us are moving and busy and in and out of the office, and you may have a difficulty getting a hold of us, but I have no issues with you contacting me via my mobile number, and we will see what we can do about scheduling individual training. We can do it in person. We can do it when you're on campus. You can let us know, and we'll make sure that we can accommodate your needs. We can use it. We can do the training in a group, small, within your town or within your region of the country. We can do it at a fair. We can visit one with you and work with you, and we can provide that training while we are together. And also, we encourage your attendance at our functions that are sponsored by the recruitment office, and that can be a way of getting in your training as well. We also have opportunities for you to assist us in recruiting. One of the biggest is the college fairs and college nights. Preview days are when you set up an event for a specific group of students, but it's all about UAPB. The college nights, generally, it's several different institutions. It might be all HBCUs, it may be HBCUs and PWIs, but students have the opportunity to visit with a lot of different institutions. The preview nights, those are all about us. You can set those up in your communities, in your town, at your church, with the Boys and Girls Club, and talk to them about what we have to offer them at the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff and assist them in making those first steps. You can assist us in opportunities to recruit with student send-offs. If you know of students within your town who are on their way to the university, encourage them by getting them together, or maybe sharing a little bit of food with them, talking to them about what they can expect and the love that you have for the university, and commit to supporting them when you come visit on campus and you come for homecoming. Look them up, have a little meeting with them, and encourage them as they matriculate through the university. When you find out what's happening in your communities, please share it with us in the recruitment office. We want to fill our calendars with as many opportunities as possible to attract students to the university. And then we have our campus events here, in addition to tours of the campus. So when we have events, we'll make sure that you are aware of them so that you can encourage high school students within your communities to participate in our events on campus. Please come with them, bring them with you. Let me go back, let's see. Let me go back to the college fairs. So this past year, we had a very small number of in-person boots on the ground college fairs and college nights. But we engaged in 206 virtual fairs. So I'm going to briefly give you a little bit of information about how we conduct those boots on the ground in-person tours. First of all, once you receive your invitation, please accept it immediately and contact the person that is in charge of the event. You want to make sure that you request a space, whether they offer you a space, specific space or not. See if you can arrange to have a space that is facing the entrance. So when people come in, the first person they see is you. Ask about if all of the booths or spots have electrical outlets. Sometimes they do, sometimes you have to ask. So ask for that so that you can utilize your technology and resources to your best benefit. Also, work in pairs when possible, because when it gets very busy, you'll have your hands full trying to engage everyone, and you don't want to lose a student because you're very, very busy. That's the best part of the fair, being busy and having students come seek you out. Also, I would ask that you, whenever possible, don't leave your table. Don't sit and stand and smile. Look inviting. Make sure that students know they can come up and talk to you by your demeanor. Once the event is over, well, first of all, stay till the end. Please don't leave early. You never know, you may miss someone who is looking for you at the last moment. And once the event is over, offer, of course, your thanks. And some of these things that I'm telling you may sound elementary, and it may sound like it's something that's common sense, and in a sense it is, but it's also essential to our success as recruiters and relationship building. So have visual resources at your table. So don't put everything you have on the table. Put some of it underneath the table, because you don't want to have too many materials on your table at one time. So you would have maybe a laptop and show a video, maybe the marching musical machine of the Mid-South performance, perhaps a highlight of a football game if you have someone interested in sports. We have the We Are the Pride video. We have 3 versions. One is 30 seconds, one is 90 seconds, and one is 10 minutes. Gauge your audience. Also have handheld visuals as you're talking with students. And also we have a QR code or a link directly to the application for admissions and the scholarship application. So if you have 3 groups of students at the table, you can engage one person or one group of students with the video. You can talk to someone, if you're there by yourself, about the handheld information that you're showing them. And you can have someone else using the QR code with their phone, because we know students do everything on their phones, right? So they can take a picture of their QR code, and while they're standing there, complete that application. And that keeps you engaged with everyone in a different way at the same time. And if there's more than one person at the table, you can get that much more accomplished. So practice what you're going to say to students. Do you have a 30-second, I got you, UAPB speech? Can you make a difference to how a person thinks or feels about the university in that short bit of time? Because students are not going to, in general, students are impatient. They're not going to stay there very long. Can you say something immediately that's going to grab their attention? My suggestion is talk a little bit, listen a lot. Find out what their interest is, find out what they want to do with their lives, then focus in on that and what the university has to offer them and what they plan to do with their lives. And then the last thing I would ask you to do is be diligent and follow up. That QR code and that link will get that information to us at the university, in the admissions office and the recruitment office. However, if the need arises, use a card to capture their, first of all, their phone numbers, their cell phone numbers, their mother's number if need be, their email address. We need their school email and their personal email address. If you can get that information, that is gold for us in the recruitment office. In addition, whoever is sponsoring the event, the school or the organization, request of them a list of participants. Sometimes they will ask for that information in advance of the event from students. So we need that information as well so that we can follow up following all of our events. And next, Mrs. Castle is going to come and talk to us about virtual recruiting. I think that this is a piece that's not going anywhere, even in light of the pandemic eventually going away. Virtual engagements, I think, are here to stay in some capacity or another. So we have to be proficient with it. We have to engage students in a way that they will pay attention to us. It's too easy for them to log out and opt out if we are not capturing their attention. And Mrs. Castle conducted a great number of our virtual events this year, and she has some tips to offer for that. In just 1 second.
All right, good morning. Good morning. The University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff alumni. I am so excited to be here. I just wanted to step in for a moment. As Ms. Rouse said earlier, I did conduct a lot of the virtual tours that we had this past year due to the pandemic. They were not just virtual college fairs, but they were also individual meetings with parents and students as well. We did those morning, noon, and night, because a lot of times, you know, especially with the pandemic, we did not have an opportunity to meet individually with the students. So we would set up and schedule Zooms where we can meet up with the parents as well as the students and conduct just like we would if we were in person, meeting face to face. So just like you did, or the tips that you saw when you entered into the alumni conference on today, where it said, you know, mute your mic. It also said, you know, it gave you different tips about how to not, the do's and don'ts of virtualism. That's exactly what we do as well for virtual recruiting. What we do is when you have a virtual college fair, you want to be sure that you find out and you meet with the people first to find out, look, where am I on the program? Because a lot of virtual fairs, it just depends on who's conducting the fair. Some of them can be 4 hours in length, and some of them can be 2 hours in length. None of the college fairs are any shorter than that. A lot of times they're trying to get as many schools as possible to participate because they have a large number of students. So you want to make sure that you find out exactly, or get the agenda, in other words. You want to find out exactly where you will be on there so you can make sure that everything is set up for your virtual visit with them as well. The other thing is you want to make sure that once you receive the information that you check your computer, check your speakers, check your mics. And I know that it's again, elementary again, but sometimes if you don't check some of those definitely will, you know, will not be to your advantage, because you can get in there and what will take place is that you will have, you will not be heard, or you will start. But whenever you make a mistake, or if something doesn't go quite the way that you want to, the main thing I can tell you now is don't panic. Ms. Sneed earlier, if you were on during her presentation, she was dropped out for technical issues. Technical issues will happen. It's a given. You know, you may have a great virtual fair 1 week, and the next week you may have all the technical drama that you can stand. You know, you may not be able to stay in because if there are too many people on the platform, on AT&T Wi-Fi, and I say specifically AT&T because during the time when everybody was using it and no one was at work and we all had to use it, sometimes you will be dropped out of the college fair. You just log right back in, and everyone understands that. Sometimes you will have to unmute your screen, and then you'll have to unmute for your presentation if you're showing a video. Always remember to go to and select to unmute that during the video presentation. And it is on your Zoom. The other platform is, the other thing is you need to be familiar with your platform, because some schools use Zoom, some different organizations will use Zoom, but then some others will use, Microsoft, they use Microsoft Teams. That's a very popular one, as well as a lot of the schools use Google Meet. Google Meet is another platform. Hop-in is also another platform. So make sure that you go to the different platforms to become familiar with whatever platform it is, because some will only allow you to speak. It will not allow interaction. Some will allow you to chat. It will not allow you to, to present. And some of them, you may not see any of the students at all. Some on Zoom you can see, but some may not allow you to see anything at all. But we want to make sure that you understand with all of these platforms, get there or make sure you visit early. Make sure you go in and practice with them, even if you have to use your laptop and a cell phone to practice to make sure that you get everything correct. The other thing is make sure that your presentation is timely. Some presentations only last 3 minutes. Some may last 5 minutes. Some may last 30 minutes. It just depends on the person in charge of the area. We have presentations for everyone, everything, because we had to meet that challenge this year. Even in the state of Arkansas, for what we call normally our Arc Acro presentation, where we present to all the counselors in Arkansas, they only wanted a 3-minute presentation, and they wanted it pre-recorded. So they didn't want any live presentations. So if you need a pre-recorded presentation, please contact us. We have that available as well. We have several different presentations, as Ms. Rouse said earlier. We want to make sure that when you go, you're loaded with information, as much information as possible, so that we can, first of all, get the knowledge out there about our university, University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. We also want to make sure that we are attracting the students, because that's the main thing, the students and their parents. We want to make sure that as we are presenting, that we present things to them that they do not know about our university. This past year, I found out that some of the students, they did not know anything about UAPB. They didn't know that we had agriculture. They didn't know we had a STEM academy on our campus that pays you $1,200 during the summer and $200 a month until you graduate. Those are things they did not know. They didn't know that our agriculture department was offering a scholarship that pays $20,000 per year. So make sure that you are having timely presentations, but you're also getting that information, the pertinent information and key information out there so that they can have it. The other thing is that you may have younger people on your presentation. Not everything is going to be geared towards seniors in high school or juniors in high school. You may have some presenters may have 7th graders or 8th graders. We have an ag discovery program on our campus that caters to those students ages 14 to 17. So they may be 9th graders, but it caters to 14 to 17-year-olds that we bring them to our campus during the summertime. So make sure that you have something, or that you put a little bit about that in your presentation when you're speaking to others to present, because they're going to want to know, what do you have on your campus for my child? Can they come on a tour? Yes, we do tours for those that are younger age groups, because we still have a farm on our campus. We still have aquaculture fisheries, but we want to make sure that we are attracting students to our campus so that we can make sure that our enrollment continues to increase. We want to make sure that you have all the aids, all the photos, all the videos. If you do not have any, please contact us. I sent several out this year, and I really appreciate you guys. If it has not been said enough, alumni, you have been awesome. I know that I did a lot of virtual fairs, but we do call on you guys to do some of those for us. But when you step out, we want to make sure that you step out and that you are equipped to what you need, and that way you show or have a good showing for the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. Last but not least, stay on the virtual fair until the end. You never know what may happen. You want to make sure that you receive all the information that the students have submitted. Even though we have what we call a prospect card, a virtual prospect card, we also have the application. We want to make sure that we get a list of all of those students that were present on the virtual tour. Now, a lot of times they may say, well, we can't give that out because of privacy, but some of the college fairs will give it out because a lot of that is their school address. A lot of that is also their, it's not anything that's too personal that can't be given out. You can also ask for a chat transcript as well, because that way we can get some of the names and some of the information from the chat as well. But we want you to know that we do this out of love for the university, and we are so excited that you guys have decided to help us in our recruitment effort, because there's nothing better than the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Mrs. Riles so she can continue on with the presentation. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Castle. That was great. And if you can see, we're playing a little bit of musical chairs here. Our office has been relocated temporarily, so forgive us for the movement here. Also, let's keep moving. Recruitment opportunities. Ms. Thompson, how are we doing on time? Are we good? Thumbs up, thumbs down?
Maybe about, I think, 5 to 7 more minutes. We want to stay on track as much as possible.
Okay, I'll make it quick. We'll wind it up. So these are just some photos of recruitment events from this past year. High School Day, as you can see, we decorated and we were so excited to have students come. And our current student body came out in a big way to assist us in recruiting students. So as you can see, the Divine Nine, other Greek organizations, student government, our student Royal Court, all of them came out in a big way to help us greet students, prospective students, and their families. This is more photos of several of our events. As you can see, we conducted a virtual high school day in November. Our high school day, we had 2 this year in April, on the 17th and then again on the 24th. I think it was on the 24th where the game was actually canceled. So we had to regroup very quickly because the opposing team had issues with COVID and the game was canceled. But the band came through for us. The Marching Musical Machine of the Mid-South performed at the stadium, and everyone had a great time. There was not a complaint from anyone, even though our event had to be, altered at the last moment. You can see the picture here of all of us and these 4 young ladies. These are our 4 valedictorians from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. So that was an event where they made their decision to attend the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. And we were so delighted with that. Look down here at the bottom, this was also something that we did that you might incorporate in some of your activities. We created a candy bar for our high school day. And because of COVID, we found it to be a good way to offer a treat to students as a part of the event. And so all of the candy was individually wrapped. We offered a rubber glove to everybody who walked up to the table to grab a few treats. We had little individual bags that you can get at the Dollar Tree for them to stuff their candies in, and they enjoyed it and took it on down to the stadium. Also, if you would notice, on the table, it's full of student photos. So those are our UAPB students framed along the table in different activities and engaged on campus. So they got a chance to see that as they picked up their goodies. And these are our prospective students and their parents. We had a photo booth for them to go in, and the little UAPB paraphernalia that they could add and frame to commemorate their visit with us. We use them on social media, and other students got a chance to see what we were doing for the day. Also, we will be providing information to you as you assist us in recruiting students about those things that can affect students' enrollment at the university in terms of scholarship, programs, events that are upcoming. And so we will have these virtual flyers throughout the year that we will share with you in hopes that you will disseminate them to students as well. Some things that we can do to assist you. It's a two-way street, not all about what you can do for us, but how we can help you as you assist us. We can help you in adopting a high school in your town, making those connections, helping you to decide how you want to organize it and what events you want to sponsor for a specific school that you've decided to adopt and steer towards the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. We can, of course, provide materials, virtual and on paper. We can mail them to you, or you can pick them up when you're visiting the campus. We can provide updates, and we can create a group meet between our office and those of you who decide to assist us in recruiting, so we can keep the information flowing back and forth. Also, we can provide that specific information, even more detailed, about various events, virtual and in person, how to prepare for an event, how to set up your table to your best benefit, and things that you can say in speaking with students. Sometimes it's better to listen than to talk, and that way you can key in on what is most pertinent to the students. The gathering of the information and getting it to us, and departure. Some ideas that you can like implement in your different parts of the country. Because of COVID, you may want to rethink the cookout, but that would be something. And this pandemic is not going to last forever. So these ideas, some of them you can put in the cooler for later on. Maybe having some, instead of a pizza party, maybe have something that is individually wrapped and engage with students for food. And like I said, instead of the sundae, maybe a candy bar. Just think outside of the box about how you can engage students. These are some of our resources. Of course, uapb.edu, the university has a YouTube, UAPB TV channel. We also have here a link to the Marching Musical Machine of the Mid-South on YouTube, their official channel. The museum has a beautiful tour that you can take, a virtual tour. They are closed for in-person visits, but you can visit the museum virtually. And there are several videos. I have some here that you can just click on. They're very short. And even if you don't share this information with students, it's going to make you a better recruiter. If you look at it, if you internalize it, if you know the institution and the history. And these are other virtual resources, the application link, the scholarship link, the link to our videos, some of them. We have many, many, many more. Just request them from us, and we can, maybe in our group meet, make sure that these resources are available for our recruiters. So thank you, Golden Lion alumni. Thank you for inviting us to this conference, and we look forward to working with you this year in every capacity that's going to attract students to the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. Together, we can do so much more. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Riles. We do have two questions that we want you to answer. The first one is, will recruiters attend college fairs in person this year? And if not, we need to know so that we can plan for representation in our areas.
Okay, let's see. Did I stop sharing? Oh, yes, I did. Okay. So we do have, we have been receiving some invitations for in-person engagement. We have been receiving virtual invitations as well. So I'm pretty sure that we'll be doing both. We will just have to move forward and see individually, case by case, event by event, what's going to be happening. Last year, we had some boots on the ground events that were converted to virtual because of the pandemic. So as of now, we're getting both. And we will be going. We have been, the entire office, I think, except for one person who is still in the process, has been immunized with the COVID vaccine. But the schools will be the ones to determine how much traveling we will be able to do. Some of them will shut down completely, and some of them will have strict guidelines, and some of them right now are still allowing visits.
Okay, thank you so much. And then one more question that came up, and I don't know if it's more of a question or a comment, but could we establish standing virtual training sessions each semester? Oh, it just went away. But basically virtual training sessions is what they were wanting, standing ones so that they could prepare.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And so the person that answered that, we will work together with Ms. Donna to get those on the calendar and make sure that they are shared with our chapter presidents and our chapter members so that you have the information. And then we definitely will be sharing the slides. And before we move on, we want to thank Ms. Riles, Ms. Constance. We really appreciate the information and partnering with us. And then lastly, Ms. Taffany Jones-Davis will drop the link for that ambassador program. And so I see how busy you've been in the chat. So please get busy when she drops that link. Don't stop and give us the crickets when that link drops. Make sure you copy it, you send it out to everyone you know, because we definitely need ambassadors to be great. So thank you so much, Ms. Riles, and we'll turn it over to you, Ashia.
Thank you again, Chair Thompson, Ms. Riles, Ms. Castle, for that very informative report as it relates to recruitment, both at the university and on the alumni level. So that was a lot of great information for us to digest. So thank you again for that information. Moving along, next we will have our membership report from Jennifer Trice, class of 95, and Philip Williams, class of 89.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Trice. I am a UAPB graduate of 1995, and with me is Mr. Philip Williams. I'll start off our membership presentation, and then we will flip over to Phil, and he'll take on some of the slides and do part of our presentation as well. So we want to get started by first talking about the purpose of the Alumni Association. So if you would move forward with the next slide for us, please. Okay, I think they're going to load the slide deck for us if you give us just a second. All right, thank you. And if we will go forward to our next slide where we talk about, and first let me apologize, these slides were prepared and it just shows my name, but Phil is also very much a big part of the presentation as well. So the purpose of our National Alumni Association is to foster, maintain, and support a mutually beneficial relationship between alumni and the university. Excuse me. So we always want to be mindful that as alumni, whatever we have on, whatever we wear, whenever we speak of ourselves being an alumni, we represent the university well. We heard that very well with the recruitment segment, and the Office of Recruitment is an outstanding, doing an outstanding job. So we want to be mindful of the same things when we are associating ourselves with the National Alumni Association. If you would move on to the next slide. So we talk about here on why we want to join the National Alumni Association. So I look on the number of participants we have this morning as showing at 69. I would imagine some of those are panel members. So we understand that in this slide, we're speaking to the choir. We know you are a part of the association, but when you talk to other UAPB graduates, we want to talk to them and tell them that as a part of the National Alumni Association, you become an advocate for the university and recruiting. You become a voice and you're involved in making decisions for the university. We all remember when we needed a new coach or when we support different buildings being erected on the university campus, or you have some alumni being inducted into Hall of Fame, those kinds of things. So you want to be an advocate as well as be a voice in part of the university's decisions. So when we say university, we want to be kind of mindful that when we're a part of the university's decisions, it's as a whole from the Alumni Association. We don't want you to think you should say, I'm an alumni, I'm going to speak to the chancellor about these things. We want you to vet those ideas through your local chapter, then through the national, and so that we can speak as one voice when we help make those university decisions. We also create incredible networking opportunities. Just as a quick aside, I have a cousin who graduated this year. She was recruited by an alumni of the university in agriculture in the Delaware area. So we want to be sure that you see UAPB on a resume, that you offer what you're able to offer, or you make sure that if you see them representing the university, you go and speak to that person, because those opportunities abound and also give us opportunities to grow our networks, personal and as well as for the university. And again, we show our pride. I represent today with my recruitment shirt on, and we have some HBCU Saturdays where we're out there wearing our t-shirts. And so we want to help other students as well. So when you show up with your t-shirt on, you say to other students who might just be walking in the mall, where's that lion from? And what does that mean? What does that stand for? And so you want to show your pride and help other students come back to be a part of the Alumni Association. You may be in Minnesota and someone sees you with their shirt on and you say, you went to UAPB? Are you just here visiting, or do you live here? So it's another way to stay informed and connected with the university. And then the Alumni Association is the easiest opportunity to give back. We give back as a whole from the Alumni Association, and it also helps you to understand how to do individual giving. And then as an association, we can make impactful opportunities to give back when we talk about things that are coming forward from the Alumni Association. We have some very positive projects on the horizon. So look forward to those things. I'm sure that they'll be discussed later in the Alumni Summer Conference. And then you get a discount at the bookstore. The bookstore is the best place to get some of our alumni paraphernalia. You want to get something with UAPB on it, they have it. And so when we say discounts at the bookstore, know that the National Association is looking forward to trying to find other opportunities where we would get discounts as well. We're part of the University of Arkansas system, and so we're trying to not recreate the wheel, but look at opportunities where we can partner with other organizations, maybe 7-Eleven, so that you can get buy one, get one free Slurpee. So we are looking to grow those opportunities as well. Next slide, please. So we want to talk about our paid memberships. And this is one of the things that's most important that I'm going to speak about. Phil is going to talk about some very important things as well. But one of the things I want to talk about with the alumni that's here, our paid memberships. We have graduated more than 29,000 students, but our paid membership from January of last year, 2020, to May of 2021 is what we see here. We have Diamond Life members at 13, Golden Life members at 8, Platinum Life members at 2, and Silver Life members 22, and regular memberships is 193. Now, I'm going to say that these were memberships that were paid during that time, because I know there are more than 13 Diamond Life members. So I want to also just point out that the cost of the lifetime memberships are fairly economically sound. I mean, they're not going to make you poor, cash poor. So our silver membership is $300, and I'm going to say only $300. If during the time of the pandemic from January 2020 to May of 2021, if you had just given up your Starbucks, your Starbucks option of coffee, you could have paid for a Silver Life membership and then be working your way to Platinum or Diamond Life. So our Diamond Life is at 1,000, and it's our top membership. Our Platinum is at $750, and our Gold is at $500. And I would not speak to you and tell you to give up your very savory, expensive coffee if I was not a lifetime member as well. Right now, I'm at Golden Life. I don't mind sharing that with you. I am upgrading this year to Platinum Life, and then I plan to upgrade to the Diamond Life eventually. And I mention that because I want you to know that as you start out, you may start out as silver. You can upgrade your membership each year without having to pay a new, you just pay the difference between the two memberships and then you become a member of the next level. So if you are on the call today and you are not a Life member, please look at becoming a Life member, and then you are only responsible at that point to pay your local dues, because we do advocate that you are a member of a local chapter. And if you're not, we're working on, if there's no local chapter in your area, we are definitely looking at opportunities for you to either be a virtual member or participate with the chapter that is maybe the next local chapter that's within so many miles of you, and be able to offer virtual options. So it was very good to see that we did have 193 regular memberships. This may include, and we will have to get some information back from the alumni office, but we do have graduates in the spring and then in December, in the fall. And so they automatically get a free membership, their first year membership. We need those students to know about that. So if you know students that are graduating, you've been a part of a local chapter, have given them a scholarship or recruited them, you make sure that they know to come back and get their get their 1 year free membership, and then to offer them opportunity to start paying on a Life membership. So from that, I think that, oh, I see a comment that say that the university also confers degrees in August. So those would be from summer students as well. So at any time that you graduate, the office is making sure that new graduates get their alumni card. And now it's being emailed out. So it's virtual. So it's a lot easier to make sure that you have your membership card with you. I'm going to allow Phil to take over at this point, and then we do have a question and answer period at the end. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer, and good morning, alumni and friends. Just to add to what Jennifer was just speaking to about the various levels of membership, keep in mind that you can also pay those in installments. So that's one benefit if you'd like to increase in the level of membership. And as already mentioned, we know we are engaging and speaking to the choir, if you will. But just here in a moment at the end, we are going to solicit some of your feedback as to ways and ideas of how we can increase our membership. Could you please advance to the next slide? So initiatives that we've done to increase the membership include challenges that we've had on Facebook Live. And many of you, if you're engaged, in social media, you may have seen a lot of the activity that we've had out there on social media, specifically Facebook. We've also spotlighted certain alumni that are doing some outstanding things in the community and across the country. We've had Trivia Tuesday, where members that engage, whoever answers the most question would be entitled to a free membership. And then also, lastly, there's young alumni. And, our past national president, Mrs. Valois Bowers, has been engaged in our young alumni just soliciting some ideas of some things that we can do to better appeal to our young alumni to get them engaged in becoming members. Next slide, please. So what's in it for me? What's in it for you? Obviously, you'll have a voice and a say, as to, what goes on at our university. You're staying connected. You also have a membership card. And as Jennifer mentioned earlier, you have a discount at our bookstore. But I want to talk about one thing that's critically important to membership. And, it was noted in the previous slide that there were 29,000 graduates, and our current membership is less than 10%. It's far less than 10%, and it's in the single digits. Now, why this is critically important is when we solicit, private and corporate donors, to partner with us, that's one of the first things that they ask. What is your membership like? And I'll give you an example. The national board earlier this year, we tried to engage with some banks to have an affinity card. And that was one of the first things they asked is, what is your membership like? And this is, again, why this is critically important, is increasing our membership numbers, again, because when we want to engage in these corporates and private donors to partner with us, this is one of the things that they ask. And I must tell you, we were disappointed. It was a little embarrassing to tell them our number, and pretty much, the talks, cease at that point. They don't want to engage when they don't feel like it's going to be a return for them because of our low participation for membership. So this is another reason why membership is critically important. Next slide, please. So just some suggestions on how we can increase membership, why alumni isn't joining, and you guys have done a really good job of chatting in the chat boxes. We said we know we are preaching and speaking to the choir, but if you have some ideas that would be beneficial, for us from a national level and from the local membership levels across the local chapters, some of the things that you all are doing to help increase membership, we just want to solicit your feedback there in the chat box, because I know that it's been challenging for obviously many of us from a local level, and with the last 17 months of dealing with this pandemic. But previously, some of the things that we've done here in the Metro Atlanta locally, to try to engage young people, is have some activities when we were allowed to do them. One of the big things that we've done in the Atlanta chapter was our a Jazz Around the Pool fundraiser and a membership drive. So those are some of the ideas that we have. It's a challenge with getting new and younger members in a lot of the local chapters because of the attention span. That's one of the challenges that we face. And when I was a president locally here in Atlanta, is the engagement of some of our younger membership is our meetings are too long. We hear that as a deterrent for people wanting to engage and be involved. But we've all listed, some of the ideas of why this is a great opportunity to network, and it gives you a sense of pride to give back to our university. Next slide, please. I think this is going to conclude the membership, but again, we appreciate the opportunity, and again, why membership is critically important is showing our numbers to corporate sponsors and donors is critical to get our membership numbers up. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Trice and Mr. Williams, for that membership report. Next on our agenda is the Alumni Center campaign. Mr. Walters, are you ready? We're a couple of minutes ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. Okay, take
Yes,
it away,
yes,
Mr.
I
Walters.
am ready, and thank you very much. And just to start, ladies and gentlemen, certainly we welcome everyone to the 2021 Summer Conference. Now, please take a look at this video. Thank you. We'll get this technology working here in a minute. We're loading up. Certainly the Alumni Center Committee has been working very diligently since the inception of the program. Here we go, folks. It would happen on my presentation, but I tell you what, I'm going to just keep talking while we get it ready. We're not getting the voice right now. I'm sure we can get it rekeyed here. But we have a fabulous committee that has really been expanding. We've had a number of people to step up and be volunteers for the various committees. Just to give you an update, we had to suspend the campaign at the beginning of the pandemic. We thought it would be inappropriate to be reaching out to persons about giving when many people were losing jobs or having to help families, and we certainly wanted to be sensitive. From the very outset, we were given 3 years in which to pull off this $2.8 million campaign. And a lot of people would say, well, I don't think that's possible. We've tried that before, but no, ladies and gentlemen, this deal is real. We already have over $250,000 in cash, and we have another $250,000 in firm pledges. So that's $500,000 before the pandemic hit. Now we plan to restart in January. Of course, now you're watching the news as well as I am, and we see that there's a resurgence that's headed our way. But what we're going to do is be prayerful, but we're not going to stop working. We're just going to work right down to when they tell us to come off the field. But we don't want to wait too long so people will lose the excitement. This Alumni Center is phenomenal. It is going to be where we'll be having future summer conferences. It's an income producing facility. See, we don't plan to have a mortgage on this. When we break ground and do the ribbon cutting, we want it to be paid in full. So all money beyond whatever our administrative cost is will go to student scholarships. This is about students. Right now, Valois Byers is very intent on putting together a career readiness program where we're going to get our kids ready for corporate America, where they know how to dress, how to speak, and how to cover up the tattoos and whatever else that might be a block. We want them to be culturally ready, culturally sound. That is going to be taking place right there in the Alumni Center. We're also working on something that a lot of people don't know about yet. We're working on doing solar panels so that we will be able to fund our own electrical power and then have some to sell. This is new technology. We're just now pulling the ribbon back on it. My goodness, it's going to be awesome. We want this Alumni Center to be a testament to all of us who've come through the hallowed halls of Dear Mother. And this is where you can make your individual mark. And if you'll notice in our publicity, we always ask, can we count on you? And so I'm going to raise that question right now. Can we count on you? Do we have some slides ready for me, please? This is a real test to see if I'm the pro that I think I am, because I'm having to work all, oh, here we go. All right, next slide, please. Can we count on you? Together we build, together we grow. Next slide, please. And then, of course, you've already heard from our illustrious president, Kamara Seals, and I want you to know she hit the ground running. I don't know that she had a choice. It's kind of like she got in the race, and the next thing she knew, we were handing her this baton. But she did take the baton, and she run well with it, and we're very happy for her support. Next slide, please. And then, of course, there's a picture of the facility, and hopefully we'll be able to get the video presentation going. We call it our virtual tour. But as you can see, the goal is $2.8 million. Please don't be intimidated by this number. 2.8 million might be a lot if you had to come up with this money, but it's not when we got 29,000 students who've actually graduated, and maybe more than that who have matriculated to campus. And trust me, we have plans in place where we plan to reach each and every last one of these people, and we're gonna ask them the same question. Can we count on you? Next slide, please. And that is the floor plan. And of course, many of you have probably already seen the collateral material. We have left no chance to material. Everything is professionally done and is high quality. I think we probably invested about $35,000 in promotional materials and flyers and handout and booklets. Most of you should have gotten a postcard already, or we need to get a good address for you. And then, of course, we also sent out a trifold brochure, and you should have gotten that as well. Next slide, please. And of course, this is just a little excerpt from the facility. There'll be places where not only the university and students can use the facility, but it's designed for the community to use as well. It's going to be very community friendly. And so the community will be able to rent this facility at different costs per the location that they want. You can have family reunions here. You can have weddings, just all kinds of events. This facility will yield itself to that because it will absolutely be first class. This facility is designed to seat over 200 people at tables and chairs and over 600 people in the theater style seating. So we're really ready to do business. Next slide, please. And of course, we have naming rights. Unfortunately for you on the call, if you haven't already stepped up to do a naming right, there's just only a handful left. We already have the banquet hall named for $50,000, the lobby area for $30,000. Cornerstones are still available at $30,000 each. The board of directors room is gone, conference room is gone, director's office is gone. I can't see what else we have here, but I do know that the only thing left is the executive suite for $100,000. Next screen, I like that. This is where you can get involved. This is what we call a low-hanging fruit. This is available to anyone. Now listen, as many people as you can get on a photo can go on the plaque. Now you might not have ability to see all of them good, depending on how many you pick, but it's not just one picture that can go on this plaque. We have the aluminum plaque, which starts out as a 7x5, is $2,500. Now, trust me, ladies and gentlemen, this is something that is income tax deductible. We're a 501c3. Talk with your accountant. If you're paying money out to Uncle Sam, redirect some of that money to the Alumni Center. Get your picture on the wall, and it'll be there to perpetuity. All right, of course, now that's $2,500 for the aluminum 7x5. Then the bronze plaque 8x6 is $5,000. And then of course the gold 12x10 is $10,000. And you can do a family photo, you can do a couple photo, you can do your line, your Greek line. You just be as creative as you want to. As long as it's a good picture, we're gonna put it on that plaque. It's gonna be up to you about how well they see all those 50 names y'all want to try to put on it, but okay, we'll work with you. Next slide, please. Now, I know $2,500 might be more than somebody can stand, and we didn't want to embarrass anybody with this program. So what we tried to do is create a way for everyone to be able to participate. We've got it where any and everyone will be able to let us count on them. Now we start with personalized tiles. These will be floor tiles, granite floor tiles in the all of the walk area of the facility. They're $1,000 each. Now, while I'm going through these numbers, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind that we have payment plans. Oh yes, we have payment plans. You don't have to do it all at one time. You can start today, and you can just start out with at least 10%. And then we're going to reserve that particular item for you. And then of course, there'll be 3 lines of type, and you can decide how you want to deal with whose name is going to be on there. And then of course, we have personalized bricks, where they're only $500 each. And you've seen personalized bricks used before. Now, every time somebody comes into the facility, they'll have to walk past your brick. And then when you come to the campus, you can take your friends by and say, here's my brick right here. See, that brick is gonna always be there. So step up, that's $500. Then we had a wall of honor. That's only $300, okay? Now, here is where we make sure we reach out to each and everybody. We have the, I can't see my screen here. We have the patrons list, $100. It's not going to be a brick. It's not going to be a plaque, but there will be a place in the facility where people will be able to go to the patrons list and see that you contributed the minimum of $100. Now, will we take less money as a donation? Yes, we will. Will we be able to recognize you for anything less than $100? We're going to probably send you a letter and thank you, okay? But if you want to step up and have your name on this facility where you can take your children and your grandchildren and your friends and your relatives and say, look at what I helped do, here's the way to do it. Next slide, please. Y'all probably wonder why I'm talking so fast. I happen to know I'm getting close to lunchtime, ladies and gentlemen. And I know many of you are probably nodding right now, but I bet you're not nodding right now. We've got all these chapters, and our chapters are going to be the key to the success of this program. We have a lot of chapters represented today. The success of this program is going to be predicated on having great, complete support from the chapters. And so we're challenging all of you to step up, embrace this plan, make it your own, talk about it, utilize the tools that we have. Next chapter, please. Next slide. The Greek organizations are already involved. What it is, each Greek organization has been challenged to raise $10,000 to have their emblem placed on the building. There'll be, these emblems will be there. And right now I'm gonna give you a little hint. The Deltas have already more than exceeded their goal. Their goal was $10,000. I think they exceeded their goal in about 60 days or less by the time it came out. But these would be like stained glass windows. They're going to be beautiful to look at. But if your Greek organization don't come up with $10,000, we're probably going to put a picture of a golden line or something there. But you need to get on the phone right now and let your people know the Kappas are off to an incredible start toward raising their money. I don't know where they are right now because they're really giving. The Kappas and the Deltas right now are leading the pack. I've got a daughter who's an AKA, and I've got friends who are AKAs. And so if there's any AKs on the call, y'all need to step up, because down here in Atlanta, they make it sound like the only sorority is an AKA, but it's not being shown right now. Next one, please. Come on, what we got? Now, here's the way you can pay. Now, remember, this is tax deductible. We're not just asking you to take good money that you could spend on something else and put it over here to us. No, we're going to help you with it. You send us the money. We're going to send you what you need to send to the IRS when you file your taxes. And so you're going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You're going to redirect this money, Plus, you're going to put yourself in a position again where you can go into this center and say, now let me show y'all something. Look what I did, or look what we did. See, that's what you call bragging rights. And we are all about bragging rights. So don't worry about that. It's not egotistical. Here's the way you pay. Make your check payable to UAPB AM&N National Alumni Association. There's the mailing information. We take credit cards. And we're putting in a new credit card system right now where we'll be able to take all types of credit cards. In person, you can go in person and pay right there at the facility, or you can call it in. We'll find a way to get the money collected. But whatever you do, do something, okay? Please do something. All right, let's move on. Here we go with the installment options. I know you were concerned about how you can pay, and it makes sense because we're talking about knowing that you already have earmarks for your money. All we want to do is to make it easy to earmark for us. All right, $500, you can pay it annually. $500, you got your brick, you're going about your business. Or you can pay semi-annually, $250 each. Or you can pay quarterly, $125. Here's the best part, you can pay monthly. Just $62.50 a month will have you well on the way for paying for your brick. Now, for those who want to step on up and really help us, you can do the floor tile for $1,000. Now, that's $1,000. You write the check, we send you the receipt, you know what to do with it. Now, if you want to pay an annual, semi-annually, $500, 2 pops, or quarterly, $250 each. And then certainly monthly, only $125. And now, what is that other figure that's hiding up under there, please? I got another figure. I got a monthly figure that's not showing up. Can y'all see the monthly figure? It looks like it's $40 a month, and that $500 is not $62.50. That's $62.50 a quarter. Let me see if I can move my screen. Well, I know what I'll do. There we go. Only $20.83, folks, will get you a brick. Only $20.83 a month, we can set you up on automatic pay. Now, if you want to step up and do a floor tile, that's only $41.66 per month. Now, do the math. $41.66 is not a bad price to pay to have your name submitted in the history of the UAPB campus and the National Alumni Center, which is going to be a monument to everyone who's ever matriculated that campus. This is going to be our monument to show to the world that we care about dear mother and we care about helping students from now on. All right, then $2,500. I know you looked at the $2,500 and said, boy, that's kind of steep. Well, not if you pay $500 down and $1,000 per year, because we're only doing a 2-year campaign. Semi-annual is $500, quarterly $250, and monthly $86.95. Now, how many people pay more than that for cable? Look at this. You can actually have your plaque with your likeness or you and somebody else's likeness on the wall for only $86.95 a month for the next 2 years. All right, then we got the $5,000. Here's where you can step up and be a big baller. Only $1,000 down secures your plaque. You can pay $2,000 annually for the next 2 years. It's not going to be forever. Then you do semi-annual, $1,000 twice a year, or you do quarterly for $500. But now here's where we make it affordable for everyone. Only $173.91 for the next 24 months, and you have a $5,000 plaque, and it's gonna really be nice. And you'll have to never pay again. That plaque is not gonna ever go away. It's gonna be there as long as the building is standing. And when people come through for reunions, they come through for homecoming, they come through for all kind of events, they're gonna be able to look on the wall and see you care about dear mother so much so that you bought a plaque. Now, finally, we got the $10,000 plaque, and I know this is for the big ballers. $10,000 plaque is only $2,000 down. We want you to pay $2,000 down because that's gonna secure this, and it's gonna help you know you got a commitment going. Then, of course, you pay annually for $4,000. Now, all you people in business, look at how you're paying your taxes. All you folk that's got the big tax bill, and I know we got a lot of UAP grabs that's got some big tax bills. This $4,000 a year will help a lot on that. And look, you are a baller. Okay, don't ever forget that part. Then semi-annual, $2,000. You can just piecemeal it. Quarterly, only $1,000 a quarter for the next 24 months. And you have a $10,000 plaque with you and whomever else you want on that plaque. It can be your line brothers and sisters. It can be your spouse or significant other. We don't ask for birth certificates or none. If you just say, I want this person on with us, we're going to put that person on that plaque with you. We're not going to ask any question. It'll be up for you to defend on why you're on that plaque with that person for $10,000. But we're going to make it happen. Only $347.82 a month, folks, and you've got a $10,000 plaque. And then, of course, amounts over $10,000, we will negotiate on a renegotiated installment basis. And so there you go, folks. You can see how easy we made this deal to do. Next slide, please. All right, there's the contact information. Most of you by now know how to get in touch with the alumni office. I've tried to keep this entertaining. I tried to keep this where you would nod out on me. I know you're ready for lunch, but I want to ask one more question. Is the video ready?
Yes, I have been told that the video is ready whenever you are ready to go from this slide here.
I am ready to go from this slide.
Okay, if we can proceed with the video, please.
The UAPB AM&N National Alumni Association's new Alumni Center will be a 10,000 square foot masonry and glass state-of-the-art center that features a 600 square foot entrance lobby showcasing the plethora of donors who contributed to building the facility. The center will have a director's office, cubicles, and a working area to accommodate 2 administrative positions. The entrance lobby is perfect for hosting receptions and small gatherings. The Alumni Board of Directors will have adequate space to conduct business in an 860 square foot boardroom with video conferencing, an 80-inch LCD flat screen TV, and advanced computer and audio systems for in-house presentations. Heading down this beautiful hallway highlights more phenomenal donors, while a stylish ladies' lounge allows for a much-needed moment of relaxation or preparation for an important meeting or a special event. The main amenity and showcase of this facility will be the 4,500 square foot alumni hall that will accommodate up to 220 guests in table seating and over 600 people when used as a theater or seminar style venue. The Alumni Center, which will be equipped with a warming kitchen, will be a tremendous legacy for years to come. The Alumni Center will generate scholarships for students. Make your tax-deductible donation today. Visit uapbalumni.org or call 870-536-2309. Can we count on you?
There you have it, folks. Can we count on you? We look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation and report, Mr. Walters. I know everybody is excited about moving forward with our Alumni Center. We are a couple of minutes early, but we have a break that is on schedule now. So I believe we're going to move forward with our break. And then once we return from our break, we will have our presentation of award recipients for the Taffany Davis class of 1995. So at this time, we will go ahead and do a 10-minute break. So if we could come back at 11:23, we can go ahead and get started with the next report and then maybe leave a few minutes early for lunch. So at this time, we are on a 10-minute break. Okay, we're going to proceed with our program after that very quick break. Next on our agenda is the presentation of award recipients, Mrs. Taffany Davis, class of 95.
Good afternoon. Can you all see me now and hear me?
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Excellent. As you know, I am Taffany Davis, class of 1995, and I am so honored to be here today to represent some of our extraordinary individuals that during crises that we dealt with for the last year and a half and we're still dealing with, have shown up and shown out and have made Dear Mother extremely proud. As you heard earlier, you know that we had our Hall of Fame recipients for 2020 and 2021. And as a member of the Hall of Fame committee, we are extremely excited that we will be having a virtual banquet for them so that they will get an opportunity to be seen by all. And we also will be honoring them by showing them and showcasing them throughout our website in the coming future. So that's another reason to keep hold and keep looking out for us there. Again, the Hall of Fame honorees for 2020 will be Darius Doc Rayner, James Andre Pillington, both of them for business. In education, we have Carolyn Butler Terman, Ciola Davis Barnes, Dr. Jesse J. Lacey Jr. And for government law, we have Ardren Jones, Otis Jones, Judge Berlin Jones. There's something about those Joneses. And in community service, we have Tanisha Thompson. In our agriculture and fisheries program, we have Charlie Williams. Now, when it comes down to our 2021 honorees, we have one here that, I mean, literally, you're hearing their names and you're seeing them and you have been seeing them throughout and will continue to see them. And one is Ashia Muhammad. Congratulations. She has received our 2021 award for community service. Dr. Hazel Reed for education. And Robert Morrison for entertainment, media. Tammy Hall for government and law. Thank you. We have one that is very dear and near to all of us, Jeffrey Babu Vance. will receive the Lifetime Posthumous Award, and Larry Munger for our science and technology. So again, I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to read through their bios. They were extraordinary. We had some others that we definitely want to make sure that they come back again and let us know just how much they feel and how much they feel like they deserve the honor to be in the Hall of Fame. So again, thank you. Now we must turn our attention to our Compassionate and Committed Service Award honorees. Now, every chapter has the opportunity where they can present someone. And for each chapter, this year we have one from Memphis, from the Memphis chapter, as well as the Little Rock chapter. Now, I'm sure that many of you know that during February, we had some extremely bad issues with water pressure in the Pine Bluff area. And our university, our dear mother said, our children can't stay this way. So the students were taken to Little Rock. And that young woman that you see there, like myself, she is also a legacy. Her mother, my parents were all graduates of UAPB AM&N, and they taught us well. So in this situation, Miss Wendy Hullums, she got together when she saw the students were displaced and saw them arriving. She got together with a band of UAPB young alumni and sprang into action. Young alumni Tara Jones was very instrumental as well and contacted UAPB Facebook followers and asked for donations to assist the displaced students. The word went out for help throughout the UAPB Alumni Connection. As donations came into the UAPB Pulaski County Treasurer, Wendy Hullum began to make plans to buy water, snacks, soap, toothpaste, toothbrush, underwear, toiletries, everything that you needed to make sure that our children and our loved ones were safe. After 3 trips and to Sam's Wholesale and Walmart, over $12,000 were raised for our students. Something absolutely extraordinary, which was done in a week's time. February 19th to February 27th, that money was raised. So for that, we are giving the Compassionate and Committed Service Award to Miss Wendy Hullum and the unmatched service of our young alum from the UAPB Pulaski County Alumni Chapter. Signed, Dr. Michael Mason. Congratulations, Wendy. Our second honoree is also someone that she followed in her parents' footsteps as well. And this is Wilma Watkins Sewing. She is the second of 5 Watkins children to attend and earn degrees at A&M College. She graduated cum laude with an English major in 1955. She went on and she received her master's from the University of Memphis, formerly known as Memphis State. And now she earned not only her English majors, she also did an additional 45 hours to ensure that she got her educational administration and supervision during this time. So she made sure that she did what she could do as far as on the educational matter, but she also knew how important it was to give back. Give back not only to the students, but give back to the university. And with that, she did. The university she served, and she wore many hats within the Memphis chapter. She made sure that she was always instrumental in ensuring that the students from Memphis knew all about UAPB. Some of the awards included in the fellow alumni received merit accolades. In 2007, the Memphis chapter named her Alumni of the Year. And in 2011, she was one of the recipients of our chapter's Leadership Award. Often going above and beyond her duties during her 3-year tenure as the chapter president. And she also hosted the 2010 summer conference. So as you can see, and trust me, it goes above and beyond, because I literally would be here probably the next 20 minutes reading all of her accolades. She spent her 27 years in Memphis City Schools, and I will say that I actually started my educational career in Memphis. So I feel like I have another little partnership I share with her there. With this being said, one other wonderful thing we share, she's also a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. And during that, she also was very busy with not only her church, but with our sorority and the souvenir book, the Ivy Leaf Reporter, and editor in residence for the publication of Timeless History, the Beta Epsilon Omega story. She also received the Tennessee District Governor of Optimist International and is alumna of the Memphis chapter of the Links Incorporated. There's no way that if we were not near, everybody would not be on their feet celebrating you right now as I celebrate you via virtually. So, and this was submitted by Chapter President Larry Munger. So again, thank you. I appreciate you. I want to be like you when I grow up. I'm on my way. I'm definitely on my way. So with that, I have my report is complete.
Thank you so much for that report and presentation of awards, Mrs. Davis. Well, the next thing that's on our agenda for today is actually the lunch break. So we are ahead of schedule by a little shy of 30 minutes. And so our lunch break was scheduled from 12 to 1 o'clock. And so we're just going to give you a little extended time to make sure that everyone this evening is prepared to go on their set schedule. So before I recess us for lunch, are there any announcements that we need to share before we break? Committee chairs and co-chairs, is there anything that we need to bring before the good of the body? Okay, my chat is empty and no one is shaking their head. So we will move forward and go with lunch. It is now 11:34. And so our lunch break will go until 1 o'clock, and we will be back here at 1:05 to start the afternoon schedule. So you are now recessed for break. Okay, welcome back from your lunch break, Golden Lion Nation. Next on our agenda, we have our Why Alumni Support Matters, which is set to start at 1:05, followed by the Bell Tower Scholarship Foundation, and then we will have another break. So at this time, I will turn it over to Janine Anderson, class of 1997, for Why Alumni Support Matters.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to share my screen, but it won't allow me because of what's being shared. So there we go. Thank you so much. How is everyone doing this evening? It is an honor and a pleasure to be in front of you today, to be able to share some financial concepts, because it's very important that our finances is together so we can, support our alma mater, so we can continue to grow where we all came from. Back in the day when I was on the yard, okay, I can't get away from using that term. It was just a place that always grew dear and true to our hearts, and it becomes a part of us. And I'm just so happy to say I am from the class of 1997, you know, one of those great years on the yard, right? I'm sure I'm a little biased, but forgive me. But I'm so honored to have been asked to talk about those things that are important, because when our finances are together, we can do everything that we need to do, whether it's survive and take care of our immediate needs, or whether it is to, you know, grow wealth, which we all want to do, get to a point in our life to be able to sit down and enjoy, you know, the fruits from our work, but most definitely to be able to give back, you know, to charitable things, but most definitely to our dear mother. So I want to jump right into it. A little bit about myself. I studied agriculture economics when I was on the yard, and life kind of changed for me a little bit. I moved to Kansas City, Missouri to teach school. And during that time, being a single mom of 5 at that time, working, I ended up getting ill. You know, I suffered from sleep deprivation, and it caused me to have to not be able to teach school for a whole year. The doctor said, you got to be on sick leave. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I have to be on sick leave for a year. And the first thing happened to me was I was in panic mode. And the reason why I was in panic mode was because I was not prepared for that turn in my life financially, because I knew that once I didn't go to work because I had not properly handled my finances, because I didn't know how to handle my finances, okay, it made the situation worse because I didn't have money saved. I wasn't preparing for the future. I was just working and taking care of the kids and taking care of my immediate needs. And so today I want to share with you some concepts that I really got very engaged into, because it was a time of my life that was so hard, but it's so easy to turn around when it becomes a focus. Now, I was forced to turn it around from the experience I had, but I want to prevent some of y'all from being forced to have to turn it around on the dime when you may not quite be mentally prepared for that. But honestly, I'm just very passionate about it, because I know how important it is to know these things so we can begin life a different way, or we can, you know, handle our finances different ways. So basically, when I couldn't work at the age of 37 with a house full of children that were depending on me, I realized the definition I was very unfamiliar with, and that was financial independence. See, I thought financial independence was based upon how much money you make. No, it's based upon how much you keep. Okay, so financial independence is a status where you have enough money that's coming in to take care of your expenses, whether something happened to you like it happened for me, or whether it's a time of our life that I want to retire, which sometimes we think retirement is an age, but no, retirement is a time of your life when you have enough money. I have heard of a few people that was born retired. I'll list some. Paris Hilton, I think she never had a job because her family left businesses behind. Oh, probably the Waltons. None of them probably ever worked, and the father who built it been dead for years. So financial independence is different positions for different people. But the thing is, we can control our financial independence. It has nothing to do if we inherited or we were born into the right family. No, if you earn money, you can get yourself in a position, but we have to know how these rules work. And I wish I had known at least how to have at least started my journey to financial independence when that hit me. But today it's about showing you some of the little things that we don't do right simply because we don't know. And one of the biggest things is that people don't plan to fail. Nobody wakes up and say, hey, I am 69 years old and I still have to work. No, it's just that they fail to plan. Which, how can you plan for something that you really don't understand? And it's so easy to resist things that we don't understand. But today it's about showing you how to understand some of those things. So this is what happens a lot. We're in the middle and we get our paycheck, and then we go into paying bills. Because I'm gonna be honest, that's what I was taught. You get paid and you better pay them bills on time, and you better do this and you better do that, you know, with the money that we make. And that's what we do. But guys, we cannot forget that our money is our number one way to wealth. How much of it can we keep? So yes, we got to take care of our bills, but we have to also take care of ourselves, okay? So what is that we need? We need what we call a financial GPS, an analysis, a plan. And when you get a plan in place, it gives you a clear route. Okay, here I am. You always got to assess where I am, but you also got to dream. You got to think of what you want the future to look like, and you start working toward it. And this assessment gives you that clear, precise direction of how your money should be allocated to take care of your immediate needs, but also to prepare you for that day of financial independence that I'm sure we all want to achieve. Okay, so we have to have that clear direction. So Janine, you done said financial independence, you done said that. Well, what is it? Okay, it's a number. It's not 67 years old. It's not 55 years old. It's about an dollar amount that you need to have in your mind, a target for you to hit. Okay, so it's basically the money you need to accumulate over a period of time. So one day you can be free. Money can passively come in, and you don't have to work or depend on money, which usually we associate that with retirement. But I just want you to know it's not really the age of retirement, it's really about the amount of money. Because I've had clients that were 80 years old, clients that were 75 years old, that were still working individuals because no one taught them how to focus on hitting that target. So here are a few variables that sometimes we miss. This is an example. If someone says, I want to retire in 30 years and I want about $30,000 a year, which is about $2,500 a month to survive on, well, we got to realize that every single year, cost of living goes up 3%. See, I have to think about when I was on the yard in 97, and if we all jumped in somebody's car and we went to Burger King and got a meal, it wasn't no more than about $3, $4. It's about $9 now, right? That's inflation. So prices changes. So when you think about this individual thinking they needed $30,000 when they retire, after the 3% kicked in, they really need $73,000 because their money will lose purchasing power if inflation is continuing to happen. So really this person needs to know, if this is the lifestyle I need, I'm going to have to accumulate $1,080,000 in 30 years. So I do not have to go back to work. And sometimes we look at that and say, $1 million, oh, that's a ridiculous amount of money. No, it's not. Because if you made $25,000 a year, for 40 years that most people work, you touched $1 million. You just didn't keep any of it, and you didn't put some of it to work. So it's easy to obtain that because a lot of people make way more than $25,000. So we touched the money. It's just that we didn't do the right things with the money while we were earning it. Okay. So basically what I'm going to talk to you about today is 3 key things on how to properly implement your income. Okay, so you got to understand how to grow your money. It has to grow. If the cost of living is 3%, your money has to keep up with it and outdo it. Okay. Number 2 is you got to understand how to manage the money that you have, because sometimes it's so easy to get money and the money is in control, but we have to be in control of the cash. Okay. And then we got to protect our money. We have to protect our money from unexpected things that can happen in our lives that are out of our control. So the first one I want to touch on right now today is, how do you grow money? And one thing that was interesting to me that I didn't realize it was a difference between saving money and investing money. See, a lot of us say, oh, I'm saving my money, but yeah, but saving does not help us beat inflation. So we got to understand the difference. So when you think about where you should put your money, it's 3 accounts your money should be in. An emergency account. Emergency accounts are so important. Why? Because things happen. And if we don't have extra money, it either gets us in debt, or we take away from something like our long-term money to hit our retirement goals, which takes away from money that we need later in life. So we have to have money to the side for any kind of emergency. So yes, that is somewhere where you save money. Okay, because saving is just accumulating it where you're not growing interest, but you don't want to put it somewhere that takes time for you to get it. You need it immediately. So yes, the bank is okay for that, or money market funds where you are just accumulating it for emergency purposes. But then you have a short-term account, okay? And the short-term account is usually something you need from a point of 6 months or later, meaning that you want 6 months of income in there, or a big purchase, or going on a big vacation. Once again, things that we could use debt for, because debt is not our friend when we're trying to accumulate money, which I'm going to talk about that today. But you want to have a pot of money for a short-term account. And yes, you can invest that, get some conservative allocations, keeping it above 3%. Because if you say, well, I want to put a down payment on a house and I need $10,000, but I want to do it 3 years from now. Well, 3 years from now, the value of that 10,000 is going to change. So a little interest wouldn't hurt there, okay? But the last account you want is that wealth building account. That account that's going to accumulate that $1 million. That account, and if you're a millennial, that's going to accumulate that 2.5 that most millennials are gonna need. So that's money you put away that's going to grow, where you're not going to touch it, and you're going to enjoy the growth it can accumulate and all those things that will bring you the wealth that you need. So I want to talk about, how does money grow? Okay, and this is a simple rule, and this was the one rule that really upset me when I learned about this, because I'm like, what? Why did nobody teach me this rule somewhere? The rule of 72. It simply tells us that wherever we put our money, you gotta know that the interest rate of that account determines how hard your money is working for you. And your money has to be working for you once you know your financial independence number. That's the purpose of knowing that number, so you can, hey, get into execution mode and grow your money. So basically, the rule of 72 states that all you have to do is take that interest rate and divide it into the number 72. Now, don't ask me where the 72 came from. It's some Einstein came up with it, okay? And I don't have an Einstein brain, but it works, right? So simply, you think of it in this way. Across the top shows you the interest rate. Down the side shows you the amount of years. Now, what that's telling you is that when we start working and got our first job, okay, our money should have started working for us then, because the growth of money has a lot to do with two variables: the length of time that you're doing it, and the interest rate. The length of time tells you how many times it's going to double, okay, and the interest is going to tell you how fast will it double. So if we look at this example here and we have $10,000, if we took a $10,000 that we started with and we got 3% interest, 3 divides into 72 24 times. That means out of 48 years of working, it took 24 of those years for it to turn to 20. And then it took a whole nother, 24 years for it to turn to 40. Well, guess what? We don't even have to take a poll to know that we're not going to retire off of $40,000, when retirement is usually, 20, 30 years of a person's life. That's not enough money. But if we had the same 10,000 in an account that got 6% interest, 6 divides into 72 12 times. So that was twice as many doubling periods, but 4 times the amount of money. But 12%, 12 divides into 72 6 times. That's 8 doubling periods in your working life. And it's the big difference, $2.5 million. And that's how you create wealth. That's how you have a healthy retirement. But the problem is that we're not really taught about interest, or we're taught that it's kind of a scary thing. And we're taught, oh, I'm gonna lose money. But if you look at this, it's a bigger risk not to learn about investing than it is to invest, because the cost of living is gonna change and there's no way possible to hit our retirement goals. And so one of the best ways that I educate people on this is teaching them how to systematically invest. See, it is scary when you take a lump sum of money, you just dump it somewhere and it drives you crazy, because the market does go up and down. But the truth is when you systematically invest, what happens is every month you're buying shares that you're putting away for later in life. And if the market is going up or down, hey, sometimes it's an advantage when it goes down, because you buy more. And that's why when you invest, it's over a long period of time, so you can take advantage of the rise and the ups and downs, and then you kind of change and make decisions based upon the phase that you invest in. Okay, so that's very important, because some of the things that the scare tactics of the market really are only for those in the distribution phase, where it's time for them to take their money out. Their money should not be in the market during that time. It should be more in a settled place. But when you're young in that accumulation stage, meaning I'm buying shares for later in life, kind of like a squirrel that's gathering nuts during the time when it's warm for the summer, he's gathering for later. Okay, that's what investing is. It's only purchasing ownership of these companies that we spend our money with every day. And so you're building shares, and the worst thing you can do is watch the dollar value. You should watch the share amount, how it's growing, because the market is inconsistent, but it becomes a creepy thing when I'm over 65. So when you're young, you ride the wave. It's, remember, long-term. Investing is for long-term, not for day-to-day transactions. So you let it ride the wave when you're around between the ages of 18 and 55. Then you get into another phase that a wise investor will tell you, hey, you're 55 now, let's reassess this. You have gathered a whole lot of nuts from 15 to 55, right? So now let's keep those, okay? Because the winter is coming. Let's make sure you're in something a little bit more conservative. And then on the distribution phase, hey, I don't want to be in the market, but guess what? I still need interest. So you need more fixed products that gives you a definite interest amount regardless, because it doesn't matter. The economy doesn't matter. You're in retirement. Cost of living is still going up 3%. And if you live a long life, your money will go faster because the cost of things are going up. So investing have different options for different phases. And sometimes, most of the time, we only know about one, that my money got to be somewhere until I'm 59 and a half. And that's for retirement purposes, but it's so many options. It's so many tax break options. It's so many things to investing that most people don't know, because like I said before, it's just not out there for us to get that information. And that's one thing that I am very passionate about, is teaching all the options that are there. But this is what most people do, y'all. And forgive me for spending a lot of time on investing, but I know that people don't hit their goals because either we haven't been educated or we've been miseducated, which to me, miseducated is worse than having none at all, because you have to reprogram from what we've been taught. But this is so important to understand. This is how most people save. We've been taught to take our money to the banks. Okay, this was something that was designed for middle income people, because the wealth stay wealthy, because guess what? The wealth think it's a risk to not invest, where we think it's risky to invest. Does that make sense? And it's easy to think that when we haven't been taught or we've been miseducated. So the worst thing we do is we save long-term at the bank. The bank is for those emergency funds or those day-to-day transaction, because the banks make the money off of us. They like, oh, they scared of investing. We ain't. Bring your money to us and we gonna go to the market, and that's how we make money. Okay, because what we don't know, banks have no money of their own. Their money comes from the deposit of us, middle income people. Okay, and so we got to understand how this works. If you invest 10,000 at 1%, do y'all remember the rule of 72? 1 divided into 72, it takes 72 years for your money to double one time. Okay, I just thought I'd say that. You'll never see it double, okay? But this is how it works. Let's say that you earn interest for that year, okay? So we earning an interest of 1%, which is $100. Then you gotta pay the tax, which is gonna be 25%. So we're gonna deduct that. So really, you only earned about $75 that year. Your resulting balance was $10,075 that year. But y'all, we cannot forget about inflation. We lost purchasing power. So really, when inflation kicked in, we lost 3%, and we're kind of conditioned to it, because guess what? Our bank statement don't show a -3 like we think that the investment statement shows. It doesn't show that. But this is what's happening, because if you can't buy the same thing next year, guess what happened? You lost value of your money. Okay, so this is why a lot of people don't hit their retirement goals, is because they have way too much money sitting in the bank. Okay, and the banks are not going to tell you it's not in the right place because they're using it. Okay, so I want to put that out there because that is important. Now, number 2 is how to manage your money. Okay, and that's real important that we get how to manage our money and understand that impact of debt, because debt is one of the #1 reasons why most people don't hit their retirement goals, because we owe too much money. Do y'all recall the rule of 72 once again? Do y'all not know that's the same rule to calculate what we owe? when we're in debt. So remember, the higher the interest rate, the faster the money doubled when we were saving. The higher the interest rate, the faster the interest we owe to the creditors double against us that we have to pay. And so we have to understand when it comes to investing and saving money, long time. Time is our friend. But when we're in debt, we got to reduce the time, because the longer we're in it, the more we end up paying out. So debt stacking is a concept that actually shows you how to line up your debt so that you can get out of it fast. Okay, that's the whole concept of it. And so when you think about that, this is what the average person that's middle age is kind of, paying out about $2,700 a month into debt. So that financial assessment I was talking about, that is complimentary. If anyone is interested in that plan, is something that I do free of charge so that people can just know what a plan is, what you need to do. You put that in the assessment, and it lines up based upon what makes sense to get you out of the interest faster. Okay, so when you look at this, retail card number one was $220. And we know that when we get out of that debt and free up that $220, well, I'm gonna talk about myself. I'm not gonna put that on y'all. I like to go buy me a pair of shoes or go to the movie. I want to do something with that $220, right? But we have to be disciplined. And that's what the plan does. Because it's hard as humans to discipline, but when you can see how it unfolds, it may make us more, involved in it. So we take the $220 and roll it down to credit card number 2 and pay $573 on that. You see the $2,700 didn't change. So we're disciplined to that $2,700 until all of our debt is paid off. And before long, all of the $2,720 is going toward that mortgage, one of the biggest and longest bills we have, right? So this is what it looks like if we had just done the regular plan, which we got to know minimum payments is solely to keep us in debt. It's not to do us any favors, okay? It's to keep us in debt a long time. So when we paid the minimum, here we are 23 years, all the way up to 58 years old, paying debt. And that's about $214,000 of interest. Okay, that's overpayments that we paid because we were in debt too long. But look at the game changer here. Just by debt stacking, this individual is out, and y'all, these are real life clients. This individual is out of debt in 9 years at the age of 44. I think that's fairly young because I'm 47. That's fairly young, right? And 14 years younger. And they saved $130,000. But y'all, this is the game changer, okay? Because most of us didn't get this information soon enough, like myself. Okay, so look at what paying debt reversed to paying to yourself. $2.4 million at the age of 67, just by getting out of that debt at the age of 44. That's a complete game changer. Okay, so that's how the middle-aged people can catch up. Because we can look at the rule of 72 and say, well, I don't have 48 years left. Okay, or I don't have this. And it's different options for everybody when it comes to your finances. But if you got out of debt and you took what you were spending or paying off a debt and start paying to yourself, you can catch up. Okay, so this is very important. So the last thing I want to talk about really, really briefly, and this is one that's truly, truly dear to my heart because of the miseducation in this area of protecting our money, okay? And we lose a lot of money just by not knowing how insurance works. Okay, so I want to break that down to you really, really quick. And this is the last concept that I have for you. But you got to understand how to protect your money by understanding what life insurance really is. Okay, now I was taught life insurance was for a funeral. And it was something you had to have all your life. Okay, now I know some of y'all didn't hear that. That's what I was taught. Okay, and that's what my mama passed down to me, because that's what her mother passed down to her. And I'm sure her, so we look at the things that are passed down from generation to generation, not intent, to cause harm. But when that's all we know, that's all we know. But what's for a funeral, you all, is a burial plan. That's what's for a funeral. Insurance is not for a funeral. It's a burial plan. Okay. So when you think about insurance, insurance is for something way bigger than a funeral. Okay, it's for protecting the money you make. Think about it. If you make $50,000 a year and you work 40 years of your life, do you not know you touched $2 million in your lifetime? And we don't have our money protected? And I'm guilty. I've had a $25,000 car and had insurance on that. But we can't do things based upon what we don't know. So this is about helping you to see really what things are, understanding it. So when you look at this example, this is a couple, they both bringing in about $2,500 a month. They got a child, but look at their total monthly expenses, about $5,000 a month. So what happens if something happens to one of them? The income is gone. I really hate they even name life insurance life insurance. It's not about the life, it's about the income that your life or the livelihood that your life provided for your family. So now we have a mother and child left behind with half the income, but the same bills. Okay, so life insurance is about protecting at least 10 times your income so that your income and the livelihood of your family is still there and still the same. But you got to understand what kind of life insurance is best for replacing an income, okay? And that's term insurance. So I had a different slide, but I wanted to show y'all these real numbers because sometimes the slides could throw us off, but this is a real client, okay, of a person who came to me and they had cash value insurance. And you got to be very careful because there's so many different kind of insurances out there. You have whole life, universal life, variable life. Now they have this infinite banking that's out there. You all, is no such insurance than term, okay? Think about it. Your car insurance, you have to renew every year or 6 months. Every insurance, you have to renew it. And I'm gonna give y'all some in-depth details because I'm licensed in everything. The price is based upon, you know, the amount and the length of time. So it's no such insurance that just keeps going, okay, without having a price attached to the time. Okay, that's nugget number one. So when you think of these different types of coverages, all they did was simply took concepts that we should do in our lives, meaning I got to protect my income for a period of time while I grow money so I can hit my retirement goal. Because the thing about insurance is it's only needed in a risk situation. Let me give an example. If I never wreck my car, they don't never send me no check because the risk never happened. If I don't lose my cell phone, but I pay those bills every month, but I will never get anything out of it unless the risk happened. So it's not a risk to die. We know that, right? Because we all got a date. We don't know what it is, but it's not a risk to die. It's just a risk to our family if we die too soon. Does that make sense? It's a risk if we pass away too soon, especially when we have children or we have mortgages or we have debt or we just had any financial obligation that we didn't take care of. That's what insurance covers. And then the rule of 72, if you start implementing it when you start working, your money will grow so that you will get to the point, if you outlive the risk area, you will have money to live off of. That's the rule to money. But what the insurance company did was they took the term concept of insurance and they took the savings component and they bundled it together in the same contract. You all, that is like a red flag because both of those things are for different phases of your life. It's kind of like I wear my pants on my top and my top on the bottom. It's an outfit, but I gotta have them in the right place for it to protect my body. Does that make sense? That's how saving money and having insurance work. They are an outfit, but they can't be in the same place because it's a negative impact. So when you look at this here, the first thing I want you to know about cash value insurance is that it's overpriced. So the cost per 1,000 is about $9.17, where with term is $3.27. Y'all, these things are important because we're talking about proper allocation of your money. You don't want to overspend in anything that you don't have to overspend in. So that's why I'm breaking it down like this, because I know most people I sit in have been told by a salesperson to buy cash value insurance for several reasons. When you put your money into an insurance policy, it's no regulations on your money. I'm in insurance license, I'm investment license. They on my head on that investment license, okay? Because we have regulations. We have to be a fiduciary. You make a wrong call for somebody money, you in trouble. If you do this with somebody money, you in trouble. If you do this, you in trouble. But if it's in an insurance policy where there's no regulations on the savings, I could tell anybody anything because it's not regulated. So it's easy to get manipulated, and they leave out the fine print. So we're sold on the big print, but the fine print is what gets us. So that's why I want to spend a little time so you can understand and show you a real life example as I explain this to you. So when you look at cash value insurance, because you bundle those two concepts together, saving your money and buying your insurance, the price of $1,000 is higher. So here we got a healthy 37-year-old that's paying about almost $1,800 a year for this coverage. Now, it shouldn't cost him that much, maybe about $500, $600 a year, but he's being overcharged big time because the overpayments is supposed to go into the cash part. Well, unfortunately, when you bundle those two in the same contract, the company doesn't start giving you any of your money yet. So that's year one, none of the extra money. Year two, they've paid about $3,500, no money extra. Year three, they've paid about $5,300, no money goes into their cash value. But that's what they signed up for day one. You follow me? Then year four, they've already paid $7,100 into their insurance and no cash value yet. And yeah, you have to know when a person passes away from an insurance policy, the company is supposed to carry the risk, meaning they are supposed to come out of more money than the client does. So this is a red flag. That's too much money already year four. But now they're in year five, they paid almost $9,000. Now cash value is accumulating, but it's not much. And you see how much a premium they've paid over the time, not a lot of money in the cash value. Yeah, I showed y'all how the money grows. We see it's not growing here, right? So now we're 10 years in, and they have paid almost $18,000, only $6,200 in their cash value. And now at 20 years, we see this. But this is what happened, you all. The name throws us off, because usually in cash value insurance, it works just like term. They just didn't tell us that because it is a term policy. So usually when you start getting around that 20 years or so, when this individual is probably around 60 something, this policy starts to increase every year, and it goes into what we call annual renewal. So the person is still paying that $1,792 a year, but what happened is the cost is going up every year. So they start to pull from their cash value. And if they live too long, that count goes to zero, because the company been pulling from the extra overpayments to keep the policy going, and the client has no clue. And I don't know if any of you all have ever experienced anyone in your family that lived a long time and they passed away, and either the value of their policy was lower or they had no insurance at all and they paid for a long time. This is what happens. But because we bundle those things, we don't have a clear view or a misunderstanding of what it was really for. So they paid over $62,000 for this policy. And if they're later or older, around their 80s, they had no cash value. So this is not a great allocation, because insurance is not designed for us when we're old. That's a burial plan. Okay, now I talk about this and it's dear to my heart because my mother had this. She said she had it from when I was a child. At that time, I was 40, and she was paying $100 a month for $17,000 worth of protection. I don't think none of us got to bust out a calculator to know how overpaid she paid, right? So that's what happens in this. We have to first unprogram ourselves to understand insurance is not for a funeral. That's a burial plan. And I think that's where we get caught. Well, it's going to run out. What am I going to do for a funeral? That's a burial plan. This was only designed if you passed away too soon, before the children got grown, before I paid off my mortgage, before I paid off my debt, before I accumulated all the money I needed for retirement. Because wealthy people don't buy insurance because it's not a risk for them to die because the money is in place. Does that make sense? That's what insurance is for, dying without money being in place. So the truth about buying term insurance is that it's cheaper, and that's what protects your income. When you're protecting your income and someone is dependent on it, you need at least 10 times your income. So we might say, oh my God, that's a lot of money. No, it's not, because if you, like I said, make $50,000 a year, you touched about 2 million in your lifetime. That's something worth protecting, and it's not that expensive as you think. So in this example, here is where we show the value of what this client was doing on the left side to what he could do on the left side to show him how these concepts really work for him. So what happens here is in year one, it's only $534 for a young person to be properly protected. That's it. So if you're overpaying $1,792 a year, take that and invest it yourself. Okay, understand that that's your money, that if it's in a cash value policy, you don't have to pay the company interest to borrow it, because that's how they make money as well. They charge you to borrow the money. We show you how to get them out of the middle, put your money somewhere that's more regulated, that someone can grow it for you. And so now you see they study putting away the 1253. They're not paying as much a year. So by the time they're year 7, they only pay 37 compared to the cash value, where it's 12,000 on the other side, you know, so we're going on. And at the end of the time, when they get like close to the 20 years, we realize they haven't paid as much into that insurance. But if something happened, they have saved $59,000 that they put away. But in that 35th year, when the kids are grown, mortgage paid off, they're hitting their retirement, they only paid about $19,000 into insurance. But look at the money side. $230,000 they accumulated over 35 years. So I want you to ask yourself this question. If I'm paying $534 a year for $200,000 worth of coverage during the time that's risky for me to pass away, and I got to the end of that term and I'm still alive, but I got $230,000 now saved, more than what I am paying for in insurance. Do I need insurance at this point? Now it's just an option for me if I want it, but I have the $230,000. I don't have to keep insurance when it's starting to get more, because it wasn't designed for me at an old age. But if I did pass away too soon, my family got what insurance is for. Okay, it's a generational wealth tool. It's a tool that replaces my income. My family got the $200,000 life policy, but they also got what I accumulated in my investment. Because the downside of cash value insurance is if you pass away, you don't get the cash value. Even if you passed away soon, you only get one. And so we got to understand what's going on inside of these policies so we can make the right decision based upon what makes sense in paper form versus what an agent tells us that's not regulated. They can tell us anything. They have no limit on the commission that can be made. So the higher you pay, the more money that's made. You know, and in the defense, I know a lot of agents that are my friends that they don't really know how this works, because they've been taught by the company that they work for what to sell, where they have the quotas in, the cash value, because it brings more profit to the company. But I'm here to teach you how this really works and how to allocate your money properly and show you how that same amount of money would give you a bigger bang for your buck when you're protecting your income, which is so important when someone is dependent on your income. So basically, as I close, the whole thing about understanding money is that you gotta understand how it works. You gotta understand the phases of your life where resources are necessary. And you gotta understand the right resources and what my target is when I'm working to survive, but also working for a future to become financially independent or build wealth or leave money behind for my family or give back to our dear mother or whatever we want to do with our money, because that's what we have a due diligence to do as well, right? And so in the earlier years, you got to protect your money, just like the car people make us protect that car loan before we drive off that car lot. They make us get full coverage. If somebody ran into us, they still want that money. So our families still deserve that livelihood that's based on our income. So we have to protect it and understand that when I'm younger, it's cheaper. When I'm healthier, it's cheaper. But at the same time, I gotta understand that I gotta start saving money while I'm making money. I don't start thinking about retirement when I'm 50 or 60, because that's normal. Okay, when we don't know the rules, but we start as soon as I start making money, at least 10% of what you make when you're young. 20 is even better, but just like I pay my bills systematically, I have to invest systematically. And these are important when I'm young, okay, protecting my income. When I have children, I got high debt, I got house mortgages. So when I'm younger, it doesn't take as much for me to save, but I gotta protect my income because it's a loss, it's a devastation to my family if I don't while I'm beginning to build my wealth. But later in years, okay, my money needs to be in place. Okay, meaning because I want to be financially independent. I don't want to work. I want to enjoy life. I am in control of that. Okay, because that's the number one thing you got to understand. You are in control of that. And then in the later years, you weed out of paying into a product that was not designed for us for later in life. Because guess what? The need diminishes. My children grown. I'm out of debt. My mortgage paid. I got money, right? And so I don't need to protect anything because there's no risk for me to die because guess what? I'm good. So in the earlier years, you got to rent that pile of money while you start building it. That's all insurance is, buy money in case something happened before I put that money away. And then when I built that money, I don't need to rent it anymore because it belongs to me. Okay. And so basically that's what I wanted to share with you, some very key things that I've noticed in my career that most people have not learned or we've been misallocated or been mistaught in. I am once again Janine Anderson, graduate of UAPB in '97. I'm a regional vice president for Primerica Financial Services. I'm also a regional vice president for PFS Investment. That's the investment side of what we do. I'm a branch manager for our mortgage company where we help with refinancing and helping people, lower the interest rate over something as long as a mortgage. That's a way of saving money. This is my website, which is www.primerica.com, where you can see all of my broker licenses and you can check on me, make sure, I'm telling the truth, I'm licensed, right? But this is my office address and this is my personal cell number in case anyone have any personal questions or you just may want the complimentary assessment to give you your target financial independence number, or you might have some questions about your own personal thing, because really that's one thing that I do that I'm more passionate about than any transaction is making sure that you have not bought things that is working against what you're trying to do. Okay, because that's one of the biggest things that we do. We purchase things and it was sold to us without any kind of understanding. And so I'm here to help you learn what you have and identify some of the things that I talked about to see if that is in some of your things or, anything like that. But I'm most definitely your teammate and I'm here to help. And I think I can open it up for questions if I'm correct, because I finished a little earlier for that. If anyone had any questions or anything specifically that they would like to know.
Janine, if you look in the chat, there is a question.
Okay, let's see. Here I go. Okay. You have cash value insurance sometimes being sold as an interest-free loan. Can you? I absolutely can. And that's a good point. To me, and the reason why it's sold like that, and that is true, it's interest-free. But guess what? You don't pay interest on loans. So what you're doing, which is kind of working against you, and the reason why they say that is kind of like this. If you had $200 and you put it in a bank and you went to the bank and you said, hey, I want to withdraw the money that I put into the bank. And they said, well, how much you put in? And you said 200. Okay, how much you want? And you said, well, I want 100. Okay, well, I'll let you get 100 of your dollars, but you got to give me 8% just because I held your money here. Now, that's what you got to pay to borrow it. You ain't got to pay interest on it, but you got to pay to borrow your money. So you still came out of something that you gave them that they made profit on, which If you put your money in a place that invested it, the interest that you're paying on your money for the growth of it is less than you paying somebody or giving someone 8% for something that was yours. And so that's the thing that they don't really break down, because they'll say, hey, your policy is growing cash value. No, it's only growing because they're overcharging you. That money that you're paying interest on was your money. So it sounds good, but guess what? It's not really broken down. I'm paying interest to you on my money because they said your policy is growing cash value. Well, it's growing cash value because they overcharged you. They charged you more than what that coverage was actually worth. And usually it's about 3 times more, sometimes 5 times more, because insurance, life insurance, is one of the cheapest forms of insurance. And so what they do is they overcharge you. And so, yeah, it sounds good knowing that I can not, get tax-free money, but it don't sound so good when it was my money I gave to you. I thought I was getting some from you. That was an incentive to me. No, it was your money. And so, no, it does not. And I've heard all kind of things, especially with the new thing, the infinite banking, where you're your own personal banker. No, that's your money. The word in IRS has defined this as well. In insurance, dividends is not like investment. Dividends in insurance is from the client's intentional overpayments. Not meaning intentional on the client side, but it was an intentional pull of it from the company side. So they overcharge you without you really knowing what the true price was for the insurance and what the true price was for the savings. No, they clump it into one thing, but you tremendously overpaid for something. And that's the missing piece. And that's why it sounds good, but it's really what they don't tell us where it's coming from is the piece that hurts us, because you will turn out better investing your money yourself and paying your tax on that. But then it's other tax-free investment options as well, like Roth IRAs, and some states don't, depend on the states you are tax-free. So it's other tax-free options that are in investments, but that's just what the insurance company can do because they're not regulated on the money side, so they can do that. But it's a tremendous loss for the client if it's on paper and they really looked at what they overpaid to what they were getting back, and then your money is in an account that whenever you die, you only get the insurance. You don't get any other money. You only get one or the other. And it's a tremendous loss and a tremendous hindrance from wealth, because all of that money that went in that policy could have been yours going for you. But that's an awesome, awesome question. Because that is the most important part of that cash value that hurts us is that. Yes, Dr. Leslie Davis, I didn't know either. And honestly, I got to tell you how I got started. One of my friends was in the business and I solely wanted to help her. And I said, well, I'll get the license and I'll, refer people to you. But when I sat in that life insurance class and I kept raising my hand and I kept asking her, say, now break down that cash value piece again. And she said, no, Janine, you are understanding that correctly. That's what made me a crusader in the business, was in a class solely to get licensed to help my friend. And when that dawned on me, knowing that majority of people have cash value insurance because it is an easy sell. Because if you say I can borrow money from something, I can get a tax break. It's the key words that said, but when it's not broken down with how this works, and insurance works against us when we get old. And everybody I know was older, had insurance. That's when we start thinking about buying it, is when we're older, because we're thinking about a funeral, and all those concepts were taught to us so wrong. And another article I read was they, at one point in life, it was even considered to be a discriminating thing because they sold it mostly to African Americans. Okay, which was another angle to stop the growth of wealth, because we put all our money in a policy and we made the industry wealthy. So if I have whole life policy, cash value, do you suggest changing that? I have had okay, great question. So the question is, if you have a whole life policy, cash value, do I suggest changing that? Okay. And I have had the policy since 2010. Okay. So this is the deal. And I really have to look at it because life insurance, depending on your age, is based upon your health. Okay, so if you have any health issues, you know, that could have a reason or it could stop you from getting coverage. Okay, so one thing I do in that situation, especially if a person is older or not, you want to assess how much money is in the cash value. And the reason why I say that is because if you're healthy, you can get a term policy, or if you only need insurance solely for a funeral, you know, you can start working on a burial plan, whatever it is, but it's customized. So I'm just throwing some examples out there. But you want to look at the cash value, because some people I've seen have had a lot of money in the cash value, not knowing that when they pass, the family only gets the policy and the company keeps the cash value. So think about that. It was kind of like a break even for the insurance company, and the family did not get ahead. And yes, cash value is whole life. Okay, so if it's not term, it means the policy has cash value. So whether it's whole life, universal, variable life, whole life has nothing to do with the longevity of the policy. That's not what the meaning whole life means. It means that I got investing, which I should be doing to hit my retirement goals. And I have a term policy to protect me if I die too soon, bundled together. So they call it whole life insurance, because if you do those two things, that's a whole life financial plan. But they bundled it together and called it whole life insurance and taught us that meant your insurance lasts you your whole life. That's not what it means. Okay, because once you hit 65, it starts to work backwards and it starts pulling from the cash, because your policy is increasing every year, just like term does. That's why you want to get out of insurance. It's kind of one of them, dang, I'm darn. I usually want to say darn, but I'm gonna say darn. I'm darn if I do, I'm darn if I don't, right? Because if something happens unexpectedly, I need it. But I want to get out of it because I want to live a long, healthy life. I want to grow out of the need of it. You know, so I want to get rid of it at a point in my life, because once you get old, the price get high. And just like if you bought a new policy older, the older you are, the higher it costs. That's why, because guess what? It's less likely for you to die from a risk the older you get. You're getting closer to a natural death, so they charge you for it. The younger you are, the cheaper you are, because usually if you pass away really young, it's unexpected. That's why it's cheaper. Does that make sense? And so that is some key parts. So if you have a cash value policy, the first thing I do is assess it, especially if we're a little older, how much cash is in there. Because sometimes your cash is worth pulling, because if you pull the cash, that's the only way you can get the cash, is to cancel the policy. If you're healthy, to get some more, or you got some money set aside, if it's solely for a funeral, that you can pay for a funeral, because there's nowhere written in the law you got to have insurance to pay for a funeral. I personally would rather stroke a check for it, right? Well, leave money behind for my family to stroke a check for it. So it's nowhere written that you have to have insurance to pay for a funeral. Insurance really with death was about an unexpected death. That's really what insurance is about, debt, not the funeral, but the debt that came from the funeral, because this person didn't have that prepared because they died too soon. Burial plan is about a death. Does that make sense? So when you think about insurance, it's about D-I-M-E. We call it the dying method. D is for debt. But guess what? Immediate debt comes if we die too soon. But the truth is that's something we can prepare for, because we all know we're going to pass away. The I in dying represents protecting your income, 10 times the money you make a year. M is for mortgage, which is optional if you want to pay the mortgage out for your family, because most families are displaced if someone passes away. And E is for education expenses, if we don't want our children to be in debt if we pass too soon. That's what insurance is for. Burial plan is for a funeral. And so when you have cash value, you want to assess it and see how much it is. Back to the question, I'm sorry, I got off track, but back to the question, you want to see how much cash value is in there, because sometimes if we're a certain age and maybe after 10 years, it may be enough in there that may take care of the needs that you need. But if it's not, I recommend, if we're healthy, to just get the term policy, take what's in the cash value, start it to grow for you. Because when that money grows, the need of the insurance goes down, because you really rather hit your target through your investments and use insurance to protect that period of time. I hope that answered that question for you. But that is what we do, especially when we're older, because sometimes we're still paying into an insurance policy and we got the cash right there because we was buying it for a funeral. We got 10, 15,000 in the cash policy. Take your money, put it to the side and stop paying the insurance. Because the older we get, it's steady pulling from there because you don't even know it's a whole nother price from what you're paying. And it's recalculating, but they're pulling from that value. So that's very important when we start getting older and we have that life insurance. Do we have, I think that's all the questions. Let me make sure I didn't miss any. Thank you all so much for the compliments. Someone asked me, do I do this all day long? Okay, this is what I do. I do wellness seminars. I go into businesses. I go into social groups and civic groups, and I teach these concepts. And it's not a solicitation of business. Like I said, I used to be a school teacher, so this kind of like my fix since I can't teach anymore. Well, I didn't go back to teaching once I started doing this, but I do it all day long. And then I do one-on-one sessions. Okay, so even if someone wants that and they can't plug into a session, I teach people this all day long in our sessions. And yes, it's all complimentary. That's my way of giving back and educating people, you know, because I grew to find out that this was my purpose. And I feel we all were put here for a purpose. And I know that if I do what I feel I was created to do, it's always blessings in that. And so I do these all day long, one-on-one. I educate people, I teach people, you know, what they need to know, and those things that were reserved for the wealthy. I love sharing that. So yes, my information is in here. If anyone, you know, want to reach out to me or want a one-on-one or want me to personally look at what you have to give you a more personable approach of what you should do with things that you have in place, I am most definitely here to help. I thank you for having me. I appreciate, and I don't take this lightly, to have this opportunity to be in front of all my alumni family. I thank everyone that thought of me to ask for me to get here to be able to share this information with you. And I want everyone to stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that very informative financial presentation, Ms. Anderson. As we transition, I think we're going to have a little music playing, and then we're going to go into our Bell Tower Scholarship Foundation report. So we're not on an official break, but just to give us a minute to transition. All right, and we are now ready for the Bell Tower Scholarship Foundation report given by Attorney Brenda Stallings, class of 1993. Attorney Stallings.
Hello, everybody. I need to share my screen. Thank you. There we go. Okay, excellent, excellent. Okay, I am Attorney Brenda Stallings. I'm a graduate of University of Arkansas, Pine Bluff, 1993. I'm excited to be here, and I'm here to talk about the Bell Tower Scholarship Foundation. We are dedicated to providing scholarships to deserving UAPB students. We are UAPB alumni who wanted to extend a helping hand to current UAPB students that can benefit from additional monies to help them finance their textbooks and materials. All applicants must have a minimum GPA of 2.75 and be in good standing with the university. But one of the main things that I really want to talk about when it comes to the Bell Tower Scholarship Foundation is really our beginnings. And why did we even start the scholarship in the first place? Well, we had a NING site. This was like pre-Facebook. Tiffany Payne, my roommate from UAPB, love her to death, my sister, started a NING site. And our goal, how should I say it? We felt like we were the in-between generation. You had the younger generation partying, doing what they do at UAPB homecoming and gathering. Then you had the more seasoned UAPB alum with their Hall of Fame. And we felt like we were in the middle, almost the forgotten class group. So Tiffany started the NING site. And what she did is it was for years from 1986 until 1998. And so it really brought together several class groups, and it brought together people who we didn't know and we hadn't gone to school with. And with this NING site, if you all are on here and you're familiar, if you're not, I'll just give a little brief explanation. It's similar to Facebook, pre-Facebook, but it allowed you to have different groups. And so you may have an accounting group, a natural hair care group, the Joan room, where people would crack jokes and stuff. So it started with 5 invitations. Tiffany sent the invitations out to Sean Oglesby, Frederica, to me, Ryan Hill, and to Patrice Lewis. It grew from 5 people to 1,200 to 1,800 people on this NING site. And it started in January of 2008. And so at some point, Ed McKinney, he's one of our classmates, says, you know, we have 1,800 plus people on here. What if we all gave $10, $20, $25 to the university? And I was thinking, wow, you know, we could really give some money. You know, I'm with this. However, the feedback wasn't what I expected. And I say that because people had different experiences at UAPB. Some were positive and some were not so positive when it came to financial aid. So in the course of having this discussion as we're going to give back, we were givers. And when I say we, Tiffany and I, we had started a Dr. Dana Mazik scholarship with Tim. We call ourselves the Three Amigos. poli-sci majors. We did this in her honor. So we knew what it was like to start a scholarship at UAPB. You know, you give them the name, say how much you're gonna raise, you know, present it at the convocation in April or thereabouts in April. And we weren't able to pick our recipient, but we were totally fine with the advisor picking the recipient of the scholarship. However, when it came to the NING site, there were people who had reservations beyond picking the recipient. It was, what is UAPB gonna do with the money? What's gonna happen to the money? How is the money going to be disseminated? And so those questions started to come up. And again, for me, it was, why would anybody have any doubts about what's going on at Pine Bluff? Why wouldn't we just automatically just give? And then the chorus of chatting with people who I had known for years, but maybe just didn't sit down and have conversations with. Tim Brown is one example. He ended up being one of our founding board members. He discussed, he said, you know, I'm a first generation college student. It's like, wow. And I know that may be very naive of me, and it was. My grandmother went to Arkansas Baptist. My dad and uncle went to Philander Smith. My mom went to Henderson. There are educators, doctors. So I had a history of college and didn't understand what other people were going through. My mother actually did my schedule for me, and she paid my tuition. The challenges that people had in terms of scholarship, in terms of getting their money, in terms of their check being ready on time. So I didn't have that concept until I talked with Tim Brown, I talked to Tawana, I talked to some other students, Tawana Allen. I talked to some other students, it's like, okay, so what can we do? We the three amigos, we had this knowledge of a scholarship. So it was, what can we do to make this so that these 1,800 people will trust us? Well, they said, we trust you all, we trust you, and we'll give you the money. It's like, well, maybe what we should do is start our own entity so we can control the money, we can pick the recipient. So we started a full-fledged board. We had, we scheduled a meeting and we tried to, Tiffany and I, we tried to get a broad spectrum of people to start, because we just wanted to make sure that we had all of the years covered, that we had the reorganizations covered. So we started with an email and we called ourselves the UAPB Online Scholarship Committee. And the very first person that we called to see if they wanted to be a part of our board was Babu. He said that he could not commit to be a board member only because of his schedule, but he would forever be, sorry, sometimes I get a little choked up, excuse me, that he would forever be a friend of ours and a supporter. So from the start of our scholarship in 2008 until he passed away, he always supported us, always donated, always gave us a shout out, and even at times gave us proceeds from his Thursday night party that a lot of people just didn't even know was happening. So after we get finished with Babu, we had our first meeting July 20th of 2008, and the founders, Brenda Stallings, Tiffany Payne Griffin, Timothy Brown, Tawana Allen, Dr. Anissa Buckner. She's on the board, she's a professor there at UAPB. Chandra Smith Terry, Jerry Boo Langston, Neil Wilson, Jabbar Smith, and Henry Brooks, who's also a professor at the UAPB campus. So we established our bylaws in July 28 of 2008. We were incorporated. Tim Brown did a lot of background work. He realized that the Alumni Association had investments in excess of $3 million, but only had given away $57,000 in scholarships, which had a net of $328 that was given away in scholarships. So we determined that that was less than 2% of the total investment amount was given into scholarships. And we wanted to just take a different route. Our goals and strategies were set up in 2009. Our very first check was $20 from Carol Jackson. She's known on Facebook as Carol Dawn. She's a Zeta from Oklahoma. And we had our first business meeting. That's our Bell Tower Scholarship established. We had our first business in-person board meeting on October 24th of 2008. So every year during homecoming, right after the assembly, we meet up and on campus and have our in-person board meeting. And all monies received, this is part of our purpose, must be donated, specifically to solicit, receive, and distribute donations to be awarded as scholarships to students who have a financial need and who attend the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. Now, we are allowed to distribute additional donations for other educational interests as the board members may determine. One thing that we also decided is that if we were going to ask other people to give, that we had to be primary donors ourselves. So according to our bylaws, each board member has to donate a minimum of $100 every year. We raised $3,400 in the first year, just again from the McNean site. We had a picnic in Chicago. We were able to, we sent out this flyer. This was one of our very first flyers that we had on campus, telling the students if they have a 2.75 GPA, a financial need, this is what we need: 2 letters of recommendation, a current unofficial transcript. Send it to our email address. The very first year, we only had 3 applicants, and we gave them the money. We just didn't even hold back on that. So we gave out $1,000 and we gave out 2 $500 scholarships. Once we did that, we decided, okay, so we need to raise some money. Chancellor Davis actually sent us a letter of support, which we really appreciated. And we noted that in our minutes. Sandra Strong is a UAPB graduate. Now she wasn't on campus when I was there. She came after us, but because we all had met together on the NEAM site, we were able to become familiar. Now she is an accomplished artist. She would draw pictures. She would paint pictures for us and allow us to auction them. So this is one of the paintings that she donated to us. And I don't know if you guys can see, but we auctioned it starting off at $50. Now, Sandra's paintings now run about $1,000, a minimum of $450. She has a current exhibit at Community Bakery in Little Rock. She was just selected yesterday, she was selected and celebrated with the Green Book exhibit. So, we were lucky and blessed to have her. This is what I think it was called, like blue curves or something. She just submitted wonderful and beautiful work to the Bell Tower Scholarship, and we were able to auction her pieces off. Like I said, we did a Chicago picnic, we did art auctions, we had house parties, we did Thursday night pre-homecoming parties. We always had a table at the homecoming assembly. So in 2010, these are our recipients. Tiffany Payne, I live in Little Rock, Arkansas. Tiffany Payne Griffin lives in Chicago, Illinois, and she would fly down for the convocation every year to present the scholarships. The convocation means a little bit something to me. I was the speaker for the convocation in 1992. So it felt, I don't know, just like a full circle, kumbaya moment that we're presenting scholarships to these students, and we were part of the convocation when we were in college. And then you can see Dr. Anissa Buckner on the picture there. Now, this year, we actually had 5 students. There were 4 students there. There was 1 missing. So the first year we had 3 applicants. So all 3 were able to get a scholarship. The 2010, we had 13 applicants and we were able to give 5 scholarships. 1 received $1,000. I remember, and I put some little notes here. She had a 4.0 GPA, Ms. Smith. Ms. King received $500. Ms. Statton received $500. She was a first generation person going to college. She put that in her application. Ms. Snyder received $500 and Ms. Manning received $500. So we had just a group of students to come through. Sometimes people would put in the applications and then maybe the next year we'd end up giving them the money and we substitute from there on. 2011, this was our group. In the middle is Isaac Brown. He is one of our star recipients. And as you can see in the picture, we have pictures of the parents who were there at the convocation and with our smiling students and recipients. There are times that we would send out emails to our donors, just spotlighting donors. One was Charles Cleaver, who played football at UAPB, and he had never given a financial contribution to UAPB, which was surprising to me, but he said he just hadn't even thought of it. He heard about our scholarship. In October 29th of 2010, he gave me a $50 check, which was the first time he had donated to the University of Arkansas. And he said that he trusted us. He trusted that we would make sure that the money got to the students. He was impressed. We'd have these little postcards that we pass out all the time with the names of the board saying we're giving out book scholarships and a picture of our recipients from the year before. We'd hand those out at homecoming during the assembly or send them in the mail to our friends and family. Anything to drive people to donate and to give. Now, at no point did we ever say, don't give to UAPB, because all of the board members still donated to UAPB one way or the other, whether it was through whatever drive that our president or our chancellor asked us to. Tiffany and Tim and I, we still gave to the Dr. Dana Mazik Scholarship, and then we were part of the Bell Tower Scholarship. So it was all about donations. And talking about full circle, Isaac Brown graduated from UAPB. He pledged Omega Psi Phi. He works for the FBI, and he is a regular Bell Tower Scholarship donor. He is one of our star pupils. In 2012, Ms. King, actually, she is the only recipient to receive a scholarship twice. And then Ms. Morgan received a scholarship. In 2013, we have a picture of our Bell Tower Scholarship recipients, again, at the convocation. And as I was saying before, one thing that we did is that we were always at the homecoming assembly on Friday. So again, supporting our university, we would have a table set up by the front door. You guys may have seen us. We had our banner on the table with our postcards, taking pictures with people, hugging people. I think the Square app may have started then. So we were able to swipe credit cards and ask people to donate. We realized and recognized that we were asking people to do something extra. So a lot of times we just said, hey, donate $10, donate $20, donate $25. And consistently every year we would raise close to $3,000 to $4,000 just by asking people to give $10. When we had our house party where Sandra would donate for the auction, we only asked for $10 for people to come. And we just tried to keep our expenses low. But we recognized that as things just moved more, and our house party was in Little Rock, as we recognized that people were coming in and just really going straight to Pine Bluff, we were trying to think of ways that we could get more people engaged. Also around that time, people were we had closed up the Ning site and people had started to gravitate to Facebook. which changed just a little bit. One thing about the NING site is that we were all in one place together. With Facebook, at that point we were scattered. You could have a Facebook room or a group, but it just wasn't the same. The NING site was ours and ours only. And then we had the breakout rooms. So we noticed that our donations started to slip and that we had to work harder in terms of giving donations. One thing I'd like to recognize is that one of our star donors from the beginning has been attorney Danielle Walker. She is from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Danielle Jones Walker, for those who may know her as Jones. So I just want to make sure I just give her a shout out. In 2015, again, we set up at the Homecoming Assembly. This is a picture of our board members and our supporters. Those of you all who know Darrell Willis, he was always a supporter of ours. Those of you all who are from Chicago, you all know Scott Craig. He's always been a supporter of ours. And then Rodney Jefferson is on our board. Now our board, surprisingly enough, out of the 10, we have had 6 consistent members from 2008 up until this year. Like I said, every year at Homecoming, we have our annual in-person board meeting. According to our bylaws, we have to meet once a month, or at least at a minimum of every quarter. We have to have an in-person board meeting at Homecoming. So Dr. Buckner usually reserves our meeting space, and as soon as the assembly is over, we have a board meeting. You can see from the pictures, we're not playing. We have our notebooks out, we're taking notes, we're trying to establish, make sure that financially we are above board, that everything is taken care of in terms of taxes. We make sure in terms of voting that we adhere to the bylaws rules. We always wanted to make sure that we were transparent, that if anybody asked to see our books, that we could say, this is the amount that has come in and this is how much we've given out. We also noticed that we were spending more in terms of advertising, in terms of postcards, in terms of just trying to sending letters out. A few times we send out, thank you plaques. I know for a fact that attorney Danielle Walker received one. And so we had to think of different ways that we could really lower the expense and give more money to the students. Giving $3,000, $4,000 to the students, to us, just didn't even seem enough. Then came Facebook fundraising. That's the post. That was a game changer. Do you hear me? I'm gonna act like y'all hear me. Yay, okay. Game changer, okay? So in 2017, let's see, I was turning 46. I decided 3 weeks before my birthday, I don't want gifts, I don't want presents, I just want people to donate to UAPB. So I started off with a goal of maybe, I think it was $246, I don't know, something like that. In 3 weeks, I started in August, my birthday is September 12th. I stopped the fundraising the day before my birthday, September 11th, and we raised $7,746. We didn't spend a dime. We didn't have to send out a postcard. We didn't have to send out letters, postage, absolutely nothing. All we did was set up a Facebook page for the Bell Tower Scholarship, ask people to donate with a link, and that is the amount of money we raised solely, squarely on Facebook. And we were able to present our fake check to the university and give out of that amount, the $7,746, we actually gave $7,700 out to 10, if I'm correct, 10 students that particular year. One thing that we tried to do is we had the check, and our goal was to walk around the assembly in the hallway and take pictures with our donors, just so they would know. We want them to understand that we appreciate them And so we would just walk around and take pictures with them and then post them on Facebook as a thank you. You know, just, hey, this is what you did. It wasn't us. This is what you did for the students at University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. So because that was a success in terms of, okay, so for my birthday, this is what we're gonna do. What we decided to do when we had our board meeting is to pick a board member each year and say, you're gonna raise funds for that particular year. So in 2008, Professor Brooks raised funds and he raised $6,000. And that was coming off my year. So his birthday, I believe, is in June. And so we raised $7,000 in September. So by the next year, not even a full calendar year, in June, we raised $6,000. And we presented the check at the homecoming assembly. No, yeah, it's a homecoming assembly, but it wasn't on campus. I think they were doing construction or something in the gym. In 2019, Tiffany, we raised money for her birthday, and it's in February. We raised $4,155. And then the pandemic hit, and it was, okay, so how are we going to raise money for the next year? This is 2020. Okay, what are we gonna do? You could tell things, let's see, we normally start just 2 weeks before the board member's birthday. Tawana Allen had picked that 2020 was gonna be her year to raise money. Let's see, the world closed up in March. Things were iffy in February, but thankfully, we were able to raise $3,000 in March of 2020. Again, that's on the heels of a pandemic. And then we had Juneteenth come around. I believe that we did, again, this is all Facebook, not spending any money, not mailing out anything, no stamps, nothing. We sent out just a blurb on Juneteenth saying, donate to the Bell Tower Scholarship, donate, $19.73 or just $20, something like that. So we raised some more money. And then for homecoming, because everything was virtual and we were doing everything by Zoom, we had a virtual day party. We asked people to give $25. We sent out a code. They were invited to the Zoom. Tim Flowers was the DJ. We listened to music and we raised $3,613.64 from a virtual day party. We did claim that as a success. So in addition, in terms of the pandemic year, we raised $7,549. In 13 years, we've helped 61 students and we've given away $53,000 in scholarships to UAPB students. There have been some key years. Now, this is just the scholarship, the book scholarship the money that we are supposed to give. There are times where students just call us and say, we need $500 and we will vote on that. That's not included in the $53,000. Will give us $500 scholarship. We'll give a $200. The smallest scholarship we've ever given is $250, with the largest being $1,000. There have been some key years where we gave $3,000 out for hardship funds. There were students that were in need in 2009. 2019, we gave close to $10,000 to clear balances. A lot of us are members of our particular alumni association. I'm a member of the Pulaski, matter of fact, I'm parliamentarian. Pulaski, and Tawana's part of Dallas, and Tiffany's part of Chicago, and we all received, and Rodney is part of the alumni in Tennessee. So we was hearing noise that we had these students and there was an emergency. We called Dr. Buckner, we called Professor Brooks, and they said, yes, we have students who need some money. So it's like, okay, you start sending them our way and we have a balance and we will just give the money away. So in 2019, we cleared balances. And then in 2020, we also gave $3,000 for, again, hardship funds, students who just sent us letters and said, we need some money, we want to stay in the university. Our current board members, the first 6, if I counted that right, are from the original. I'm still on there, Tiffany's still on there, Tawana's still there, Jabbar, Professor Brooks, Dr. Anissa Buckner is there. Tim Brown is not on the board, but he still works with us in terms of our tax information. He is a certified CPA. Sean Oglesby is on our board. Our current president is Taffany Jones Davis, who you all are quite familiar with. Rodney Jefferson is on our board, Maria Smith, and Jacque Preston. At some point, people will learn it's impossible to explain the value of a HBCU to those who didn't attend them. And that's just plain and simple. UAPB is family. We will always give. We will always be supportive of the university. We just wanted to have autonomy. We wanted to be able to pick our recipients and have some control of the money. According to our bylaws, we can't keep any of the money. And if we ever dissolve the Bell Tower Scholarship, all of the money will go toward the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. So that was what's important to us. Like I said, Facebook fundraiser was truly a game changer in the sense that we didn't have to expend any money in terms of written facilities, having dinners. I think one time we even had a happy hour. We didn't have to do any of that anymore. We could just hit up our friends on Facebook, tag people, put in a link and say, give $10, give $25. We're gonna give the money. But we also had a history. We're able to show them our recipients. And then at homecoming, our recipients would see us and we take pictures with them. They would then, become active members and supporters of the Bell Tower Scholarship. So if there are any questions, maybe that's how you all are doing it, but my presentation is over. I do want to say, wear a mask, get vaccinated. We really miss homecoming and we are ready to come back and give hugs and see our family. So let me stop sharing. There we go. Are there any questions? I wasn't able to go in the chat while I was speaking. It's difficult to share a screen. Are there some questions in the chat, please? Let's see. I'm just looking at the information. Thank you all very much. Let's see. Oh, somebody says Lady in Blue hangs in there. So somebody on here, I didn't see who it was. It says Lady in Blue hangs in their living room. Yay! That's for Sandra. Oh, Taffany, excellent. Okay, excellent. Good deal. So I don't know if my time is up. I'm supposed to present from 2:10 to 2:45. Oh, okay. So kudos to the Bell Tower Scholarship team. Thank you for what you do. No, thank you all, because truly we are a representation of, the alumni of UAPB. We can't do it on our own. Even if we tried, like I said, when it came down to it, we had started the scholarship, the Dr. Dana Mazik Scholarship, but when the NEAM site started, we saw the potential. Ed McKinney saw the potential, but everybody's had different experiences for UAPB. So it has been challenging to merge those experiences, get people to trust us and get people to trust the university. Now, everybody doesn't have a negative experience. I know I didn't. So it was just a matter of how we would work it together. How did we come up with the name of the Bell Tower Scholarship? That's a good question. Let's see, it was the summer of 2008 and UAPB online scholarship committee just didn't seem to work. And we had to come up with a name that we could incorporate. So we started with Bell Tower Inc., but the state of Texas would not allow us to use that name because that name was used for something else. We wanted to use a name that could people could identify with the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff, bell tower. Everybody knows the bell tower is a part of our symbol. So it was, let's use bell tower. And then, like I said, the state of Texas would not allow us to just say Bell Tower Inc., which is how we started. So it became Bell Tower Scholarship Inc. We went through a couple of different names like Golden Lion Scholarship. Like we were just trying to just kind of go through and just try to figure out what would be best in regards to, you know, identifying with the university, and people would know that we were a part of the university, but there was no trademark infringement. As lawyers, we didn't want that. So yeah, let's see. I'm just looking, making sure I answer all of the questions, if there are any. Oh, excellent. You guys know Isaac Brown. That's good. And Sandra. Yes, one thing about that Ning site, and Tiffany and I talked about that. She's, like I said, like my sister. That's one of the things about University of Arkansas Pine Bluff, HBCUs. You make friendships and you have family that you just can't shake forever. And it's family that you pick. One thing about the Ning site is that, you know, we became friends with people who we may have been on campus with, but didn't really know or didn't know their background, saw them in passing, saw them when they pledged or when they were part of the band. And that Ning site allowed us, especially with those break-off groups, allowed us to become closer friends and to have more intimate relationships with people. And like I said, with Sandra, who has donated wonderful, wonderful art. If you have her art, please, please keep it. Like I said, she does not paint anything for $50 now. She sells her art for $1,000. You know, we met wonderful people like Sandra Strong who believed in us. We believed in her, and we were able to, you know, work together and donate the money. So, oh, hey, Tawana. Okay, so she put in the chat that you can send money if you are interested to PayPal, belltowerinc@gmail.com. She put the information in the chat. Thank you. Again, that is PayPal, belltowerinc@gmail.com. My mom went to Henderson, and she considers herself a UAPB graduate, which she probably should since she paid for me to attend. And she sends, if she doesn't send a check to anybody else, she sends a check to the Bell Tower Scholarship. So again, those type of things that just, you know, just touched her heart. My grandmother would be so proud. She was one of the people who dropped me off at UAPB when I started there, and she has since passed away, but she'd be really proud of all that we're doing. I am thankful to be a part of this summer conference. This is my first time. And as you can see, I'm in the office, but I appreciate you all just because sometimes we're worried that there may be some tension, but there is no rivalry, there is no comparison. We donate to the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. We understand the importance, but these kids can't have too much money, so not at all. So, you know, we appreciate you allowing us to talk about our scholarship and our foundation. President Mason, what are you saying on there? Can we get Sandra Strong to do an art show for the UAPB Alumni County Alumni Chapter? Okay, so I will speak with her. I will speak with her about that, and I'll make sure I write that down. Okay, so thank you all. I think I have talked my time up. And if you guys, again, if you want to donate to PayPal, it's Bell Tower Inc., BELLTOWERINC@gmail.com. You can email us at the same email address. You can always get in touch with me in my website, brendastallings.com. And again, we have plenty of Bell Tower members here on our on a Zoom, and our current president is Tiffany Davis, which you all are well aware, intimately aware of. She is our current president, and we appreciate her for taking the helm and moving us in the right direction as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very noteworthy presentation about the Bell Tower Scholarship Foundation. There's a lot of information that some of us may not have known about its beginnings and all of the money that you all have raised to assist students at UAPB. So thank you again, Attorney Stallings, for sharing that information with us. We are now about 3 minutes ahead of schedule, but we're going to go ahead and move into our break. And so we have a break scheduled from now until 2:55. So get up, stretch a little bit, refresh your beverage if you need to, and then we'll be right back here at 2:55 to start with our alumni spotlight.
beside me to guide me, to hold me, to slow me. 'Cause when I'm bad, I'm so bad. So let's dance, let's dance, let's dance, let's dance, let's dance, let's dance tonight. Let's dance for love. Yes, it's my last chance, romance tonight. Oh, I need you by me, beside me to guide me, hold me, slow me. 'Cause when I'm bad, I'm so bad. So let's dance, let's dance, let's dance, let's dance, let's dance, let's dance
And so next on our agenda, we have our Alumni Spotlight, which will be facilitated by Shannon Hendricks, class of 1994, and co-chair of this wonderful conference. Ms. Hendricks?
Thank you, Ashia. Can everyone hear me? I'm having some connection issues, but I'm sounding good. All right, well, we'll start. Like she mentioned, I am Shannon Hendricks, and I am a National Alumni Board member from the Central Region, currently serving the Greater Kansas City Alumni as their chapter president, and I am from Gould, Arkansas. I'm facilitator of the Spotlight, and in keeping with the spirit that the membership committee this year via our social media platform has created, we wanted to add this feature to our conference agenda. And just like they gave us the opportunity to volunteer to submit videos, we are giving some of you the opportunity to go live today. The alumni being spotlighted today were randomly selected from the following demographics of the registration list: AM&N graduate, UAPB graduate, chapter affiliation, and life membership status. Therefore, accepting the golden spotlight for today are Mr. Arthur Holmes, 1996 graduate, Memphis Alumni Chapter; Mr. Donald Hatton, 1974 graduate, Houston Alumni Chapter; Miss Alicia Farmer, 1987 graduate, Pulaski County Alumni Chapter; and Dr. Shante McFarland, 2007 graduate, Pine Bluff, Jefferson County Alumni. But before they come, we would be remiss if we did not recognize another alumni member who is with us today, and also a great example of why alumni support matters. And that is Mrs. Buny Skinner Baxter. She is a retired elementary educator of 40 years, earned her bachelor's degree from the Arkansas Agricultural, Mechanical, and Normal College in 1948. On their 70th class reunion, the class of 1948 donated over $41,000 to the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. And in 2018, Miss Baxter was inducted into the UAPB AM&N Alumni Hall of Fame. As a registered participant of the 31st Summer Conference, the association would like to shine the golden spotlight on one who represents a legacy of service to the association, to the university, and to the Pine Bluff community. At this time, we would like to give Ms. Baxter a moment to say hello to the conference attendees, whether she'd like to speak or she'd just like to wave.
Hello to the conference. I am delighted to have a chance to take a part with the alumni group today. I have enjoyed every moment of it. Being a senior and at home most of the time by myself, I've enjoyed being able to Zoom on different organizations and things to participate in. The class of 48 has 10 living members, and the 10 living members are still able to move around and do for ourselves, and we're just blessed to be here and happy to have had the chance to help someone on the way.
Thank you, Ms. Baxter, for your comments, for joining us today, and for always being golden in sharing the spotlight with other alumni. We thank you for joining us and having a word. Moving on to the next alumni spotlight members. I didn't go through a straw pulling or a number pulling with them. So I'm going to see if we can get some volunteers to turn the mic on and share. Otherwise, I'm going to call some names.
I've got my mic on, Ms. Hendricks.
Thank you.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Farmer.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Alicia Robinson Farmer, and I'm a member of the class of 1987. I'm a native of Chicago, Illinois. That's my hometown, will always be my hometown. In 1982, I enrolled into the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. And I must share this experience that I had because I missed the opportunity to visit the campus. And with that being said, I still pursued the dream to attend the university, and I did. And it's unbelievable because of all the hospitality that I received and the kindness and the assistance that we received once arriving on campus. It was just unbelievable. For someone who had never set foot on that campus, I must admit, yes, I was homesick several times and wanted to go home. But it was the hospitality that was extended to a lot of us that were from out of state. Those families, local families who were also alumni from the university, the Thorns, the Threeches, Thomason, Johnson, Davis family, and those are still to today my extended family. And because of that, and that emotional support that I received during that time was what helped me to be successful in continuing on my education and not quitting and giving up just because of the homesick part. And with that, that was my first experience as a student of how the alumni provided support. The second opportunity that I was able to witness as a alumni, which was in 1991, when I was asked to become a Youth Motivation Task Force career consultant. And that whole program there motivated me. It was supposed to be motivation for the students, but as a consultant, first-time consultant under the leadership of Mr. Elbert Bennett, he was the director at that time, the whole atmosphere was motivating. And at that time, I was not an active alumni member. I must say that I was not. But soon after that, in 94, the late Howard Jackson, a member of the Greater Alumni chapter in Little Rock, asked me if I would be willing to run for Miss Alumni. And I was like, huh, really? I was like, Howard, of all things. And then I thought about what was provided to me, what was given to me, and how kind people were when I first arrived in Pine Bluff. And I said, yes, I got a 3-year-old and 5-year-old, a job, and other responsibilities, but yes, not knowing that I would be overwhelmed with so much support from the local members in that chapter. It was unbelievable. I still can't even explain it. And with that support, I actually won. And that's when another journey began, because I had the opportunity to receive credit for donations that they had already, over the years, have been giving to the university. And with that being said, it still was an overwhelming opportunity, because I'm like, okay, where's this money going? And how do they disperse it and so forth? That brings me up to the next opportunity that I actually got a chance to see how the alumni support works. I previously was employed with the state for many, many years. This is my 35th year. Been out of college 35 years, and I worked for the state of Arkansas consistently for 35 years. And prior to becoming a faculty member as my current employment at the Department of Agriculture at UAPB, I also worked for Arkansas Department of Environmental Quality and the Arkansas State Highway and Transportation Department in statewide planning. But my role at the University of Arkansas currently, I'm an instructor and an undergrad coordinator for the Regulatory Science Program, the Center of Excellence, which is located in the School of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Human Sciences. Some of those donations that I collected in '94, that were donations submitted by the late Mr. Thomas Baskin and his wife, Mildred Baskin. I learned that in '94, that was not their first time donating, that they had been donating to that Pacific Scholarship Fund. Learning about how that scholarship fund works and how the students receive it, again, was another experience. And here recently, last 2 years, I got a chance to actually sit on my department's scholarship committee and to see some of those names and some of those scholarships come across my desk again, years later, showed me that there's some consistency here. We have alumni that are dedicated. And if all of us were dedicated, and actually this conference is a renewal start for me, because our support matters. It mattered then when I was a freshman in '82. It mattered when I started giving back in support, mentoring through the Youth Motivation Task Force, how I saw those alumni that were participants come back and mentor our students. And actually, some of them even mentor them and hire them, after graduation. This has all been an ongoing process, and I've had the opportunity to see that it has been continuing on and on and on. I see various alumni over the years come back and participate in the same program and provide the same support to our students. And that's why alumni support matters. Again, we needed it then back in '82 when I first arrived on campus. The students needed it now. They need it now more than ever, because financial aid has changed so much and all the rules have become a little stricter. And some of our students fall in that category where they need our support financially now, and then the next generation to come will also need our support. And that means my grandson would need our support. So as a team, I think that we can continue to provide that support that our alma mater needs so badly. And with that being said, that's why I feel personally that alumni support matters.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer, for sharing the Golden Spotlight today during the 31st Summer Conference.
Thank you.
Now we'll have our next alumni.
Can I go next?
You sure can, Mr. Hayden.
Got to get that out of the way. I always question the word randomly selected. But anyway, I'm from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. I grew up in Pine Bluff. I grew up in the shadows of AM&N. I had 5 siblings attend AM&N before I became a freshman in college. I currently retired from ExxonMobil with several assignments in the Houston area and Beaumont area. I'm married to Linda Hatton. She is a graduate of UAPB, class of 74 also. One of the things that I treasure great dearly is while in high school, and you growing up in Pine Bluff, AM&N is just part of your part of your life. It's no big deal per se until you get on campus. But while in high school, I had an opportunity to attend class at UAPB, then AM&N, because high schools, Black high schools, do not have vocational classes. And our educators were smart enough to go on campus and work an arrangement where our seniors and juniors could come over and attend a vocational school and pick between automotive, between carpentry, between welding, and those type skills because at that time, college wasn't for everyone. But one of the things that I really admired was we had quality teachers. Now, some of the things that I highlighted in my educational experience, however, was I learned very quickly that I had to take responsibility for my education. My parents had did their job. I had a problem my freshman year. I had an addiction. I had an addiction to bid whiz cards. For those of you who understand what I'm talking about, if you was in the student union building and you had a crowd of people gathered around you, it was almost like you were a superstar if you could play bid whiz. And if you played bid whiz long enough, you missed a lot of classes. So at some point I had to realize I'm wasting good money because I was missing classes, and I took that responsibility because my grade point average was dropping, and I moved it back up. And it was just an awakening for me as a freshman, But one of the most highlighted things was I started my education with AM&N, but shortly afterward, we got word that there was a possible merger. So one of the other highlights of my career would be in education would be that I got a chance to be a participant in a protest of keeping AM&N independent of itself and not become merged into the system where we felt we lost control of everything. And we actually had a march, we had an assembly, and we witnessed armed National Guards because this was something they were not prepared to even think about. Black men and women marching as students for something they believed in. But that was one thing. And the second, one of the other major events of my education was I had 5 siblings go before me, but when I graduated, I realized it was my graduation. And it was very important for me to understand that I was just not graduating, but I attended an institution that was something you learn later, that you go for an education and your parents will push you to say, you need to get an education and have a job. But in reality, you're being prepared for life experiences, more than just an education, but the things that you have to face at an early age after completing your education. So I felt that those were major things that were part of my education. Most people in my church would know me and my wife, we are the only 2 UAPB members, and we're faced with Texas Southern, Prairie View, and Southern attendees, but they know we love Pine Bluff and we love UAPB. And if you're going to be a supporter of any institution or anything, it's hard to support it if you don't love it. And we care about our institution. And one of the things I like to tell people is, you know, if you're going to attend school, and I'm very involved with our local, I'm not sure if everyone has a local Houston HBCU Alumni Association, that we come together as alumni members to support our schools and put on events. And I was listening to the recruiting department talk about attending major events. Next year, we'll have a major recruitment event that we'll have to get our recruitment department involved in. But I think when we talk about giving back, it's almost a no-brainer that you have to give back, because each state has its own guidelines of how it supports the universities. I believe in this country, everybody in this country should go to school free. But we'll never get there because we're a capitalistic country. But I think at this particular time, we love to think that this school provided us with life lessons. I still remember my humanities class. It didn't mean much back then because it was a required class, because the world was so big then. But you think about what they were teaching us in 1970 about humanities, about the different parts of the world and the religions, that now is it's just all over the place. But that's pretty much the key factors between giving back and wanting to give. You got to love what you want to give back to. If you don't love this university, you're not going to give. Learn to love UAPB. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haddon, for sharing your experience on why alumni support matters. We'll move on now to the next alumni in the spotlight. Dr. McFarland, were you able to get mic'd up?
I am. I'm here. Can you all see me? Uh-oh.
We see you now.
Oh, awesome. Hi, you all. I mean, I am so blessed that as fate would have it, that I can speak to the Pride Lands this morning, or this afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I am Dr. Shantae McFarland, proud class of 2007 graduate. I am a celebrity therapist and naturopathic physician, which means I'm one of those doctors that will push all of the natural remedies first before I go to traditional pharmaceuticals, but I am not against medicine. I am also Miss Black Arkansas 2021. And so I am so glad that I was randomly selected. It is truly an honor. And if you know anything about me, you know that I'm always preaching about buried treasure. I always tell people the richest place in Pine Bluff is truly the cemeteries that we have. Because so many people died with their treasures, with their talents, with their purposes. And so alumni, we matter because we all should be, on this crusade to make sure that the up and coming generation do not become buried treasure and they don't die with those gifts. They're very valuable and we can all benefit from it as we all make our communities better, our university better, and just ourselves. And like so many other HBCUs, we bring in a lot of first generation college students. I myself am also a first generation college student, college graduate. And there were so many things that I faced as a first generation college student, because not only do we bring in a lot of first generation college students, we also graduate a lot. And so alumni need to return not just our treasures. I know we are really important because we bring in more money to the schools and also to students that are very deserving and indeed in need of those financial contributions, but we should also bring back our time and our talent because many students are in need of good mentorship. That's one of the most important reasons I would say, besides money, to go to school, is that we should mentor them. Because we face a lot of, even though I'm from Pine Bluff, I'm a Watson Chapel High School graduate. When I got to UAPB, it opened my eyes because I was like, wow, Black people really are not a monolith. We're not all the same. And for me, my eyes were really open when I saw so many other students that their mama went to UAPB, their grandmama, their granddaddy, their uncles, like so many people, and it was a legacy for them. And that is, what I want for my own children. But it was a bit overwhelming. As I didn't think I fit in and I didn't see my value as a first generation college student. I didn't really want a lot of people to know. Now people love to toot it and is to be really proud of it. But for me, I was kind of a little bit embarrassed because, you know, my family, my parents weren't college educated. And so I try to bring back to the university more mentorship, you know, with these new freedoms that you get as a college student that you didn't have before. And so we definitely matter. If I say one thing, is we matter because we bring back that expertise, not only in our professions that we have, but also how to navigate college life.
Thank you, Dr. McFarland, for sharing your experience from the university as well as why alumni support matters. Now we will go to Mr. Holmes. I know that he had another calling, but I'm not sure if he's still with us. Are you still with us, Mr. Holmes? Okay, maybe he stepped away, but he did contact me and he wanted me to leave this statement on his behalf. And that is, I'm so sorry to inform you I will not be able to participate on Friday, but I'd like to share my statement and thank you for inviting me. I am a member of AM&N class of 1966, and after graduation, I went back home to the Delta of Mississippi and worked for 35 years as an educator, a coach, and an administrator. As a student at AM&N, I was inspired to chart my path in life by the leadership of former President Dr. Lawrence A. Davis Sr. I am now an active member of the Memphis Alumni Chapter, and again, I apologize for not being able to make it, but thank you for allowing me to share my statement. And that concludes our alumni spotlight that were randomly selected via those variables that I mentioned earlier. And we see that we've had a very expansive expression and experience given the different decades that these individuals were walking the hallowed halls of Dear Mother. So we thank you for sharing your experience. We thank you for telling us why alumni support matters. And at this time, if there are any questions or any comments from the audience regarding why alumni support matters, we will definitely take those and address them. If there are none, I will turn it back over to Ms. Ashia Muhammad, and we will continue to go through our agenda for the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that alumni spotlight and for everyone who shared your experiences and why alumni support matters to our institution. If there aren't any questions, we're going to go ahead and move into announcements. I do have 2 announcements that have been submitted, and I will go through those. If you give me just a second. The first announcement is the Letter A Club will be having their virtual induction ceremony on August 14th, and more information about that ceremony will be forthcoming via email. So again, the Letter A Club will be having their virtual induction ceremony on August 14th, and more information will be sent concerning that event via email. Our second announcement is the Restore the Tower, Bell Tower campaign, a $70,000 initiative to restore the Bell Tower on the UAPB campus to a pristine state is underway, and more information about how you can give to this endeavor will be forthcoming. So again, the Restore the Bell Tower campaign, which is a $70,000 initiative, so that we can restore our Bell Tower back to pristine condition. And more information on how you can give to that project will be forthcoming. Any other announcements for the good of the body?
Ms. Muhammad?
Yes, ma'am.
There was a question that Shannon Hendricks sent, and I want to make sure this is the time to answer it. there were a few questions sent in advance, and there was two that I know will be addressed tomorrow during the with the chancellor, but there was one about a newsletter from the alumni. Shannon, is this the right time to address that?
Yes, ma'am, President Seals. Do you need me to read that for you, or you got it?
No, I don't have it.
Okay.
Read it. I mean, I can answer it, but if you would read it.
I sure will. Give me just a moment to pull it up.
Okay, great, great.
Okay, here is the question that we received in advance via email. In the National Alumni Association bylaws at Article 8, Section 8.11 states, the Alumni Association shall release as its official publication the alumni newsletter. The newsletter shall be published quarterly or a minimum of 4 times per year. My question is, as life members, why are we not receiving the newsletter, and what is the mechanism for distribution?
Okay, thank you, Shannon. And so I hope whoever sent that question in is listening, but that is in our bylaws. That is correct. We haven't been having a newsletter, but we do have one that is forthcoming. It's called Alumni Voices Roar. Alumni Voices Roar. And the first publication will be October 2021. So the newsletter is coming. That is under the leadership, under the communications committee, and David Walters is the chair of that committee. They have been working diligently for the past months on that. We even went through a process where we decided the name and so forth. So thank you to the alumni who sent that question in. That's a very good question, but the newsletter is coming. Now the newsletter is going to be mailed out. Crystal Burns and Kim Sneed, who are both staff, have been working to clean up the database. That's why we need good emails. So what I want to say is for any of you who you know have changed your email, please get your new updated email to the office, okay? You can send them an email and say, this is my new email, please update my records. So that is what we're in the process of doing. And those, that newsletter will be emailed out. October 1st is the goal to have it out. And I do believe the plan, well, I do know the plan is quarterly. The plan is quarterly. So thank you for that question. That's an excellent question. And yeah, we look forward to Alumni Voices Roar newsletter coming soon. Thank you. Was that the only question that we got for today as far as alumni?
Yes, ma'am. Looking at email and chat Q&A, I believe that was the conclusion of emails that were not, questions that had not been provided a response.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for that response to that emailed question, President Seals. I am being told now that Michael Mason, our host chapter president, will close us out for today. So, Mr. Mason, I will turn it over to you, who serves as one of the co-chairs of this conference. So, Mr. Mason.
Thank you, Ashia. So, good afternoon, Golden Lion alumni. You see me? Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Golden Lion alumni. Did we have an alumni day or what? We had a wonderful day. First of all, let me thank the alumni queen, who's been alumni queen for 2 years, Ashia Hall Muhammad, for providing us with being a great presiding officer. Thank you, Ashia. Also, Hall of Fame, Ashia. So let's talk about today. We had a great day. We started off with Bishop Thompson. I think Bishop Thompson set the pace for the day. His mediation and prayer covered us all. So we were covered greatly by Bishop Thompson's prayer. We were graced by the chairman of the University of Arkansas Board of Trustees, chairman, Dr. Broughton, the mayor, the honorable mayor of Little Rock, Frank Scott, gave us a welcome. President Seals said that we were on solid ground as alumni. And then Executive Director Kim Jones-Sneed backed her up with that. Also, we had some great presentations. Recruitment, retention. Tanisha Thompson did a wonderful job. Director Rouse in the recruitment office is doing a wonderful job and bringing students to UAPB. Of course, the Trice generation, Jennifer Trice and Philip Williams did a wonderful job on membership. Say no more about David Walters. He's an icon at AM&N. Taffany Davis gave us a wonderful presentation of awards. We had a wonderful presentation on financial planning by Ms. Anderson, a wonderful presentation. And I need those PowerPoint slides for myself. We had a wonderful presentation by Attorney Brenda Stallings regarding the Bell Tower Scholarship Foundation. We just had some great alumni spotlights by Alicia Farmer, Mr. Hatton, and Dr. McFarland. So we've had a wonderful day, and I want to thank all the participants. Thank our president for providing us the opportunity to do this. Thank Shannon for being a gracious co-chair. And if we don't have anything else to come before the body, any other announcements or anything that needs to be said?
Don't forget to tell them what time we start up in the morning.
Okay, what time we start, Madam Co-Chair? What time we start? 8 o'clock a.m. again?
Yes, sir. Tomorrow is UAPB Day, where we will hear from Chancellor Lawrence B. Alexander and his administration and staff, and even UAPB students. And we will start promptly at 8 a.m. Central Standard Time.
All right. You know, I got a text about having an MBA at UAPB and another a master's program in rehabilitation services. So we need to hear something about those new degrees on UAPB campus. So thank you, Shannon. Anybody else needs to come before the body? We are closed. Thank you all.
Thank you. Cue up the music.
I will see you all in the morning.